Can you match the buttons on that so it's in the right? Great, thank you. All right, Ms. Rivers, let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Okay, let's get on the record, please, in State versus Pittman and Sanders. Let me see what it is. It is I. There. Okay. It is Monday, about 9:15. All our jurors are here. Mr. Hiles, anything we need to discuss before the jurors come in?
No, Your Honor.
You've got one more witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's Investigator Miller?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and he had an evolving PowerPoint. Have the lawyers seen the latest and greatest, or are we going to have hiccups because there's slides in it that they haven't seen?
No, they should have seen everything.
Okay. I need to get the pattern charge language for some of the things you submitted over the weekend. I'll get that from Ms. Niles and weave it into the charge. Was there anything in the charge that you looked over this weekend that I sent out that you know we absolutely have to talk about before closings?
Yes, so for parties to a crime, as well as mere presence and guilt through presence, those actual pattern charges include language in the latest ones about being part of a criminal endeavor, which were absent from the proposed charges that you sent out.
Yeah.
And I think it goes, I would like the exact charges because of the language of being part of a criminal endeavor goes straight to the gang act and as well as the conspiracy. Okay,
I will look at that. Mr. Hoover, anything we need to talk about before the jurors come out?
No, Your Honor. I will have to look at the charges Mr. House is talking about as well, but other than that.
Okay, and he may have simply resent, hey, here's the mere presence, please give what was in there. I'll look at it. I will let all three of you, all four of you lawyers know, I endeavor to make the jury charges accessible to the jury. And so I try to take out words like endeavor because we don't talk that way, but I'm not disagreeing with you. I may have sanitized it such that it loses that flavor of you're either there watching or you've got a gun in your hand, and it can be more nuanced than that. And so I don't want to lose that flavor, but I do avoid words like endeavor. That was in the pattern. There are many words in the pattern charges that could be replaced. And we have an initiative where we are plain languaging many of the charges. So I do that on my own, but I didn't mean to scrub out that. And we don't need to debate it right now. I'll massage it and push it back out to everyone. But I just wanted to put you all on the alert, like, hey, these aren't the exact words of the pattern, correct? But it's meant to be more accessible. But if in making it accessible, I've added or subtracted something, that's the kind of thing we should talk about.
And the criminal endeavor language was in conspiracy, in guilt by conspiracy, as well as party to a crime, and the failure to prosecute principle, as well as mere presence.
Yeah, so failure to prosecute principle, you wouldn't have seen because no one asked for it when I sent it out. That was one of your last minute.
That was me.
Yeah.
I was just saying that it is present in all tracks.
All right. Mr. Brown, anything we need to talk about?
No, Your Honor, I think plain language is best. Even though I also think that this is probably one of the most astute juries that I've seen in years, but yeah, plain language. I totally agree with that.
Okay. It's funny how lawyers call juries astute when they seem to be more aligned with their view than the other side's view.
Well, who said that? I thought that they were more aligned.
All right. Thank you and good morning to everyone. Let's bring the jurors in, please.
was the PowerPoint that we're showing is the same, but the digital copy is exactly not. It's like check the thing to go show him. No, because it's the exact same.
Yeah, I saw it yesterday.
All right, adjourned. Being President Telford.
It always sounds so serious, present and accounted for. But thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to see your smiling faces today. Couple happy updates for you all. One, the HVAC system is working. Whatever was wrong with the chiller has been addressed. Number two, I wrote this in 3 big words. Your jury chair, the one you're sitting in right now, ma'am, was very broken. That's where we put the problem juror because it ejects out. But someone was actually in here this morning with a drill and this and that, and is now all 4 bolts or screws are back in. So no one is going to either fall forward or backwards. We take juror safety seriously. There's actually 1 screw missing from that one too. That has been put in. So if the chairs move, it's for your comfort and not for your risk. So you're welcome. We're off to a great start on Monday. Mr. Hiles dangled in front of all of us on Friday the possibility that there was only 1 witness left. He confirms that the state has only 1 witness remaining, and I'd ask him to call that 1 remaining witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Investigator James J.P. Miller.
You swear affirm the testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Go ahead. And say this good name for the record.
James Miller, JAMESMILLER.
Investigator Miller. Where are you currently employed?
The Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
All right. And what is your capacity in that office?
So I'm assigned to the Major Crimes Division, mainly work homicide investigations. Sometimes I get tasked out with looking at high profile cases, RICO cases, and gang cases.
Before joining the Fulton County DA's office, did you have a background in law enforcement?
I did.
What was that background?
So I started my law enforcement career after I served in the Marine Corps. I started out at Douglas County Sheriff's Office, where I worked in corrections. Then I worked uniform patrol and then crime suppression and gang investigations. From there, I went to DeKalb County Police Department, where I worked uniform patrol, crime suppression, and gang investigations. Then I was employed by Cherokee County District Attorney's Office, where I mainly investigated homicides, aggravated assaults, other felony offenses, gang cases, RICO offenses, stuff like that. And then I started my employment here in September of 2021.
Do you have any training in criminal street gangs and gang investigations?
I do. I hold certificates in basic investigator course for gangs through Georgia Gang Investigators Association. I also have intermediate certification through Gang Investigators Association for gang investigations. I also have an advanced certification through DeKalb County Police Department. I also have over 200 hours from different law enforcement agencies and GIPSTIC, which is Georgia Public Safety Training Center, on gang investigations.
Okay. And do you have any experience specifically investigating criminal street gangs as well as gang-related crimes?
I do.
Okay. Will you please detail your experience with the jury?
So I have investigated gang homicides. I've worked in Rangato cases, racketeering, different cases, aggravated assaults, armed robberies. I can estimate hundreds of different criminal street gang cases across the state. I regularly get contacted through different law enforcement agencies across the state and specifically Metro Atlanta regularly throughout the week to have me evaluate different cases.
What's the range of crimes associated with criminal street gangs that you've investigated?
Everything from petty theft to all the way up to homicide. So credit card theft, credit card fraud, armed robberies, aggravated assaults, shootings, drive-by shootings, car thefts, shoplifting, organized retail crime.
And what sources do you review to determine whether an individual or associated with a particular gang, if those crimes are gang related? What are you using to pull that from?
So for something, I look at something, if it's going to be gang related or gang motivated, those are two different categories for me. So for something to be gang related, I'm looking at if the individuals involved are associated or a member of a criminal street gang. For something to be gang motivated, different series of crimes that I can get into later, but it essentially is what did that crime benefit the criminal street gang versus if someone was just a gang member and a crime occurred.
Have you, during your investigations, what's the primary data that you're reviewing? Where does it come from to assist you in your investigation?
So every investigation is different. Every case is different. So it depends on what I have, but typically I'm looking at cell phone data, social media, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, Cash App records, bank records, business records. I'm also looking at interviews, whether if it's me personally conducting the interviews or watching recorded videos from law enforcement. I'm also looking at if there was pictures of tattoos, for example, if there's anything related to that. I'm also looking at territory because some of these gangs do have territories in Metro Atlanta as well as across the nation, but territory can come into place, whether it's a public setting or a private setting. There's several different factors that I look for.
Okay. Are you a member of any related organizations?
I am. I am the vice president of the Metro Atlanta region for Georgia Gang Investigators Association. What that entails is we have over 1,300 members across the state and across the nation. My specific region is Cobb County, Gwinnett, Fulton, DeKalb, Clayton, and Rockdale, and Henry County. So within that jurisdiction, individuals will contact me if they need assistance on gang investigations. We also host gang intel meetings twice a month, one in Cobb and one in Gwinnett. I'm also a faculty instructor for gang courses at the Prosecuting Attorneys Council. As well, I'm a member of California Gang Investigators Association and Texas Gang Investigators Association.
Have you ever taught in the field of gang investigations?
Yes, I have. I regularly get called to teach several times a year, whether it is to law enforcement or to prosecutors. I also conduct community outreach events through my office here or in the community at local churches or high schools.
Have you ever assisted or do you ever assist outside agencies from our office with criminal street gang investigations?
Yes, regularly I get contacted weekly by different agencies.
Okay. Now, in your course of investigation or gang investigations, have you ever had the chance to investigate the particular street gang sex, money, murder?
I have.
Okay. Then how many investigations has that come up in?
I can't give you a concrete number, but I have investigated over 10 sex, money, murder homicides or several different aggravated assaults, entering autos. I have also investigated some white collar crime cases that they were doing. I've investigated some entering autos and car theft cases in the past. But over 10 cases involving sex, money, murder for sure.
And have you ever had the chance to investigate the criminal street gang Young Slime Life?
I have.
Okay.
I have investigated about the same. I have investigated homicide investigations involving YSL, which is Young Slime Life. I've also investigated white collar crime involving YSL, as well as armed robberies in the Metro Atlanta area, car thefts, and different violent offenses.
Okay. And what about have you ever heard or investigated of the criminal street gang 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew?
I have.
Okay. And how did the investigations into that particular street gang come about?
Specifically, I was contacted by South Fulton Police Department to review different cases, specifically by Detective Manson with South Fulton.
Okay. And over what period of time has that? When did you first start looking into Slime Gang Young Crew?
I would estimate sometime in 2022. I can't give you an accurate month, but I remember Detective Manson bringing it up to me at around that time.
That's when you became involved in the investigations of that particular gang.
That is correct.
Okay. Have you ever testified concerning gang investigations?
I have.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in your testimony as for gang investigations?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 11 times in Fulton County, Clayton County, Cherokee County, and also Butts County.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Investigator Miller as an expert in criminal street gangs, and specifically sex, money, murder, Young Slime Life, Slime Gang Young Crew, a 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew, as well as an expert in criminal street gang investigations.
Mr. Hoover, do you want to examine Mr. Miller now, or do you have any objections to him being qualified for this trial in that field with the subfields?
I have no objection for him to be qualified in this trial, Your Honor.
Got it. Same question for you, Mr. Brown.
I have no questions for me being qualified as an expert.
Okay, and no objections either?
No objections.
Okay,
That's
great.
what I should have said.
That's all right. It's early on a Monday, right? And your chair's not bolted to the ground. Mr. Miller, you are qualified as an expert in the various fields that Mr. Hiles mentioned for purposes of this trial.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Investigator Miller, did you review any materials related to this specific case?
I have.
All right, what materials have you reviewed?
So I have reviewed law enforcement reports as well as cell phone data. I have reviewed Instagram social media accounts, whether it's public and some that have been obtained through search warrants.
And have you prepared a demonstrative aid to assist you in today's expert testimony?
I have.
Okay. I am showing you what has previously been shown to defense counsel via email. as state exhibit number 534. You need to take a look and let me know if that is a true complete copy of the demonstrative aids that you have prepared for your testimony today.
It is.
Your Honor, this time the state would tender state's exhibit 534, demonstrative aid prepared by investigator Miller for purposes of this testimony.
Mr. Brown, any objection to 534 as a demonstrative exhibit?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Hoover?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it is admitted as a demonstrative, and you hear us use that word again and again. That means it's not going back with you all. So this is an aid to you following Investigator Miller's testimony. But you may see in these slides things you've already seen, like a photograph of the Goodwill store or something like that. But these actual pages or slides will not be going back for your consideration.
All right.
The screen is asking me if I want to stay muted or.
Yes,
unmuted.
please stay muted.
Just want to make sure.
All right. We go to the next slide, please. All right. Approximately how many criminal street gang members are there nationwide?
So the FBI lasted a statistic in 2015. This statistic estimated that there was over 1.4 million gang members across the nation, which alluded to about 33,000 criminal street gangs operating across the nation. Now, I suspect that number has increased. The reason why the FBI stopped doing these statistics is because they just kept on seeing a very large growth. So they stopped making these threat analysis.
Go to the next slide, please. What is a criminal street gang?
So a criminal street gang is a group of 3 or more individuals, whether formal or informal, who engage in criminal street gang activity. Criminal street gang activity is a list of crimes that can be charged under 1615-4, which is the code section of the
Copy there.
gang act.
I know you know this inside and out.
I'm sorry.
You know it way better than our best. So let's go back to the criminal street gang definition. Where does this definition come from?
From the law.
So is this definition that you recited the exact recitation of OCGA 1615-3?
It is. It is.
All right, we can go to slide 4, please. Now, you just told us what a criminal street gang is. What is considered criminal street gang activity?
So there's several different categories how I can break it up, just because, excuse me, there are over 100 different laws that can be violated under this code section, mainly because of the RICO Act. The easiest way that I remember it is crimes against violence. So any violent crime, any guns offenses, any drug offenses, some stalking offenses, some sexual offenses, and some criminal damage to property offenses. Now, within RICO, there's also different crimes that can be committed and charged under this code section. It could be like entering auto, credit card theft, murder. There's a slew of different crimes.
5, please. Now, what are the elements that you look at to prove the existence of a criminal street gang?
So first I have to establish that a gang exists. So a group of 3 or more individuals, whether formal or informal, that have a common identifying sign, symbol, name, some type of structure. I had to discover if that individual is associated, a member, a leader of that organization, and then ultimately if that crime is chargeable under 1615-4. And if you go to the next slide, I think it breaks it down a little bit easier with this demonstrative. So this is the foundational block that I look for in creating a gang case. If I'm missing any of my 3 points of this triangle, I do not have a gang case. An example would be if I remove gang and I just have crime in person, well, it's not a gang case because it's just a crime committed by a person. Now, if I remove crime and I have a person who is a member or associate of a gang, well, it's not illegal to be in a gang. It's protected by our constitutional rights. Now, lastly, if I remove person, I have a gang crime, but I haven't identified the person, can't be a gang case because I still have to identify who committed this crime. Connecting all these pieces together is how we create the foundational block. The last element is nexus. Nexus isn't commonly used in our vocabulary, but it's simply a connection. So how did this crime benefit the gang? How did the gang make money? Did this individuals who committed, did they increase their status within the gang? Now, in the law, it talks about how a gang is identified by 3 or more individuals. You don't, sorry.
You want me to go to the next slide?
Yes.
That's fine.
I don't know who you're asking.
Investigator Miller, would you like me to go to the next slide? Or would you?
You can go to the next slide. That's fine. So when I'm looking to identify a gang or if a crime was committed by the gang, it doesn't have to be committed by 3 or more members of the crime. Just the organization as a whole has to have 3 or more members and they engage in criminal street gang activity. How gangs are different than other groups that like fraternities or different organizations or like a baseball team is that for a criminal street gang to exist, that they have to commit criminal street gang activity. That's the huge element. So they're identifying signs, name, symbols, numbers, something that identifies this organization as a symbol that they use or several that they use, and that they engage in criminal street gang activity.
Okay. And do you consider different categories of criminal street gang crimes?
Yes, if you can go to the next slide, please.
Continue. Please tell us how you
So there's intra, which is your internal gang issues. So if someone was, for example, disobeyed a direct order within the criminal street gang, part of their culture is that you would be violated. In that violation, if that individual was subject to an assault, that would be an internal gang issue. Where we have inter, so that's easiest way to explain that would be one gang versus a rival gang. So just for generalization terms, blood versus crip. If there was a drive-by shooting involving one of those gangs on to the other, that would be an inter. Now, extra, that is what we see most commonly. As part of the FBI statistics, there's about 70% of these gang-related crimes are fit into this category, but it's gangs versus innocent bystander or civilian. These categories can sometimes cross over. For example, if there's a drive-by shooting between 2 rival gangs and an innocent bystander was killed, that could be an inter-extra category.
How do criminal street gangs recruit?
So there's several different recruiting methods, but we typically see recruitment in schools, in the communities, in the neighborhoods, as well as jails and prisons across the state.
And what are the ways or most common ways to join a gang?
So there's 3 different ways. You could either be jumped in or beat in. It's the same concept. You could be blessed in or sexed in. So a beat in, it differs from set to set. So each individual gang will have certain rules and requirements of how you get accepted into that gang. For example, a lot of blood criminal street gangs, they have what they call is walking the flame. Walking the flame is going through a beat-in process. Certain gangs might be 31 seconds. It could be 93, depending on where you are. There's also it also varies about how many people are doing the beat-in. So it could be a 3-on-1, so 3 individuals beating in one person, 5-on-1, which would be 5 individuals beating in on one person. It could also just be a 1-on-1 with a ranking member kind of organizing it on a specific day or time. It could also be random. It depends on the actual criminal street gang itself. Now, blessed in, that is if you have a family member who is possibly has some status within that criminal street gang, or like a brother, sister, uncle, dad, and you could be blessed into into the organization that way. Another way to be blessed in would be to commit crimes that benefit that gang. So they might not necessarily beat you in if you can make money, whether it's entering autos or some type of theft or some type of act of violence that could gain you status within that criminal street gang. The last one is being sexed in. This is typically done from females. The female would have sex with several members of the gang and be allowed in. Now, although that is more common for females, some females often do get beat in or blessed into the gang as well.
Does respect play a significant role in gang culture?
So respect is it's one of the most important things. So yeah, money, power, and respect. With the respect comes power, and how they instill fear and how they're operating in our community. So if a gang member is trying to increase their status or respect, they're also trying to gain that notoriety with their own criminal street gang, and vice versa. That gangs respect on the street, whether it's from rival gangs or fear in the community, that is how they're able to survive and thrive. How it operates in the community is if the community knows that this organization, this criminal street gang is operating in their neighborhood, it can instill fear where the community doesn't report things to law enforcement. They'd be less likely to report crimes out of fear of retaliation, of violence. Whereas the respect of fear to rival criminal street gangs, if that rival criminal street gang fears that you're a criminal street gang not to be messed with, and if you do, then you could be met with extreme violence. You're less likely to retaliate or offend to that gang in particular. That's why respect is so big, whether it's on social media or acts of extreme violence that get broadcasted on the news or just word of mouth in the community.
Okay, so how does the definition of respect or the idea of respect as it applies to gang culture differ from the ideas and the definitions of respect in the civilian world?
So respect, and I think the best way to explain it would be to look at a respectable organization and versus respect in a criminal street gang sense. So as an example, Shriners International is a nonprofit fraternity that generates funds for the Shriners hospitals all across the world that that contribute to burn victims and children's orthopedics care, correct? So with that, if a bunch of Shriners go and robbed somebody, that would diminish the respect of Shriners International as a whole. Whereas a criminal street gang, if they go and commit an armed robbery or an ag assault or a homicide, that instills fear, and not to only the other gangs, but into the community. So that's how they differ. Shriners International would lose respect and people wouldn't want to interact with them, and their name is tarnished. Whereas the criminal street gang, their name is pronounced in the streets. It's promoted.
Does the idea of respect, does that relate somehow intertie with promoting or furthering a gang's interests, either inside the gang or towards the community?
It does. So for the individual person, for them to be respected by their peers, they have to get active, being active and putting in work. So this means committing crimes. So committing violent offenses or making money and generating money for the gang, or both. Whereas same for the gang, the only way the gang gets more power is by more money, more respect, more assets.
How does, in your experience, how do gang members go about earning respect amongst their fellow gang members?
By what I kind of said earlier is by putting in work and actually committing those crimes and offenses.
And you said putting in work twice. Is putting in work a term that is actually used by gangs?
It is. It is. It's commonly used by criminal street gangs. Is called putting in work, which is for committing crimes.
Please go to the next slide. How does the criminal street gang bloods, in general, play into this particular investigation?
So the bloods is a very general term, and I'll go into essentially how it breaks down. But roughly, there are about 20,000 to 30,000 active members of the bloods throughout the entire nation. They were started in the 1960s in LA. That would be what we call the West Coast Bloods. If you go to the next slide, they all have common identifying signs, whether it's West Coast Bloods or East Coast Bloods or Bloods in Chicago or anywhere across the nation. They have several identifying signs to show their allegiance to the Bloods. Some of those can be purposefully misspelling words, replacing the letter C. Because Crips is a rival of the Bloods, they will commonly X out C's or purposely misspell words, or if a word does have a C in it, they may put a CK into the word to purposefully misspell it. CK would be significant for Crip killer, as an example. Bloods also use the color red. They identify with the number 5. They will use different sports logos like the Boston Red Sox, which is a red B, which is their identifier, B for blood, red for the color that they represent. They commonly identify with the right side because Crips represent on the left typically. And whenever they do wear flags, sometimes it is that's kind of an older practice from like the 70s, 80s, 90s, but members still do wear flags. It's not uncommon to see. Sometimes they'll have it in the right pocket, their back pocket, their front pocket, whenever they're flagging, so to speak, so representing their colors. This is typically common in when they're with one another for like a celebration.
Okay, the next slide, please.
So there are several different hand signs used by the Bloods in general. One is it looks like this. It's for blood love. It will also commonly be like this for the same. They will also commonly make a uppercase B hand sign or a lowercase b sign. In these individual pictures below, you see several individuals throwing up blood love. One individual is throwing up a neighborhood Crip hand sign, but he's also showing disrespect to that neighborhood Crip sign by showing the middle finger to that hand sign. So although he is throwing up neighborhood Crip, he's throwing disrespect to it. So that's a creative hand sign that can be identified with the Bloods.
Next slide, please.
So there are 2 large sections of Bloods across the United States. One is West Coast, one is East Coast. The West Coast Bloods, they have different subsets. This isn't all of them on my demonstrative because there's hundreds of different subsets of this criminal street gang. So you have Rolling 20s, which also have different subsets internally from there. You have Brims, Inglewood family, Piru. On the East Coast, you have several different subsets as well from the East Coast Bloods, which started roughly in the 90s. So you have Sex, Money, Murder, 9 Trey, and G Shine, and 1A Trey. You also have the Valentine Bloods as well. And they also have their own subsets within their own rank structure. If you go to the next slide. So how I like to explain it, just an easy concept, is if you have Coca-Cola as the organization, well, Coca-Cola has different flavors. And within those different flavors, they also have different flavors. So for example, if you go to Coca-Cola, they make Sprite. Sprite has tropical punch or tropical mix, cherry, lemonade, these different subsets, but it's still Sprite. It's just a different variation. But at the end of the day, it's still branded. This is a Coca-Cola product. So it's still Bloods. It's just their cup of tea, so to speak.
Okay. Now, what is a set or a line?
So a set or line is just what I explained. Is it breaks off from wherever that gang originated. For example, Sex, Money, Murder is a specific criminal street gang a set of the Bloods, specifically the United Blood Nation on the East Coast. They started in roughly 1993 in New York, and they have evolved into a large national criminal street gang operating from West Coast to East Coast. But these lines have different leaderships and rank structure. They had different identifying signs, what they would call themselves, and they had different laws, so to speak.
Next slide, please. Now, what are the signs? Does sex murder have specific signs or symbols that are unique to their particular set?
Yes, if you can go back one. So they have several different names that change. They will call themselves Murder Gang for sex, money, murder. They will call themselves to Pete's reference to Peter Rolak, which is the founder of Sex, Money, Murder. They will call themselves different things based on their line. For example, 45 Worldwide or BBO, Blazing Billy Only, which is a subset of Sex, Money, Murder based out of New York that is operating here in Atlanta. They have several different identifying signs, same as Bloods. So they will throw blood hand signs. They will also throw up a Sex, Money, Murder specific hand sign, which is a double pistol for the founder, Peter Rolak, who goes by the nickname Pistol Pete. They will also tattoo typically, or there's several references of two guns or Pete up to pay homage to the founder. There are also, they utilize the same colors as far as red, right side. Bandanas would be tied on the right side. Pistols may have a red bandana tied on it. It really depends on the individual, but there's several different identifying signs of sex, money, murder. And if you can go to the next slide, I can talk about some of these tattoos that we commonly see. So if you see the flame, for an example, that's a blood identifier for a reference to walking the flame of that recruitment process. We also see in this individual, he has MOB, which is typically member of blood. He also has two pistols on his stomach, which would be reference to Pistol Pete. So that would be a sex, money, murder identifier tattoo, as well as a 5-pointed star. So collectively, I always look at the totality of what I'm saying. I could say that this individual has several identifying signs of sex, money, murder. The next image right beside that, you see red dog paws, which red is an indicator, a 5-pointed star, which is an indicator, and then Pete life, and then murder gang. These are all identifying signs of the symbology of sex, money, murder.
And you said something that I noticed. You said you look at it collectively.
Yes.
So just by having a 5-point star tattooed somewhere on the body, does that indicate just by itself, or would you say that means someone's a member of Bloods?
No, so there's several. I mean, people get tattoos. People like Boston Red Sox. People like Chicago Bulls. Someone who's wearing an all red outfit of Chicago Bulls is. I'm not looking at that person as like that person is a gang member. They're probably a Chicago Bulls fan. However, if I see that the individual has tattoos, 5-pointed stars, as well as MOB, pistol tattoos, flame tattoos, and he's also wearing a completely red outfit with Chicago Bulls, I would look at that collectively to see if that person was a member of the Bloods. Whereas an individual that may have like a 5-pointed star just on their body or arm or hand, and even maybe just a Boston Red Sox sign, it could just be a coincidence that they're from Boston and have a red B because they're Boston Red Sox fans, and they have a star for maybe, I don't know, their child or something. I mean, there's several different reasons why someone could have these identifying signs, but it's important to look at it collectively.
So what are we looking at here?
So these are just some more demonstrations of sex, money, murder hand signs. Sometimes it's done like this, sometimes it's crossed. And social media is very popular to use hashtags and comments of identifying signs that will be used for sex, money, murder, or bloods. So in the bottom, you can see Blazing Billy. Well, that's the lineup, the specific set operating here in Georgia. You see the 45 WW, that's 45 worldwide, which is their specific allegiance of a regional allegiance from the sex, money, murder from New York to Georgia. We see Free Pistol Pete with 2 gun emojis. So that's a reference to Peter Rolak for sex, money, murder while demonstrating it on social media, with the BBO for Blazing Billy only. And then the 2 guns. So that's a reference to 2 guns up, which is a reference to their hand sign. So although they do creative emoji postings, some of it seems like a puzzle, some of it seems meaningless, but to gangs and rival gangs, it can demonstrate who they are and who they claim to be.
Next slide, please. All right, is there a sex, money, murder presence in Fulton County?
There is. So there are hundreds of sex, money, murder members operating around Fulton County. This is a demonstrative of all blood members who have been documented by Georgia Department of Corrections as a validated individual of the bloods. So there's more than 3. So it is a criminal street gang. There are more than 3 individuals who are claiming sex, money, murder operating in Fulton County. It is one of the largest gangs in Fulton County. So this is just a demonstrative of a hood day that was took place in DeKalb County. Several individuals are throwing up sex, money, murder. Some individuals who also are part of an allied criminal street gang called 9 Trey. That individual's throwing up 9 Trey can be depicted. But this is a hood day that was taking place in DeKalb.
What is a hood day?
So hood day is a celebration of the gang, and it can differ from gang to gang and set to set. But typically a hood day or like a barbecue can be brought to light, or an event created by one of the leaders in the area, or just from members in the area who want to get together. And it's a way for them to not only recruit new individuals, but also to do beat-ins for youth coming in, or whoever's trying to come into the criminal street gang.
What are, in your investigations, do you classify gangs? How do you classify gangs?
So there's different classifications of gangs. So there's prison gangs, there's outlaw motorcycle clubs, there's street gangs, there's traditional and non-traditional criminal street gangs. Traditional is going to be like a gang such as Bloods, Sex, Money, Murder. They have a certain rank structure, codes, bylaws written down, and so forth. Whereas we also have non-traditional gangs or hybrid criminal street gangs, which are very, very common, not only here in Metro Atlanta, but across the nation. So what a hybrid criminal street gang is when you have individuals from one gang and another gang combined together to create something new. So it's not uncommon, although the TV depicts, Bloods versus Crips and so forth, like that really isn't the reality since like even the 90s in LA. Bloods and Crips will commonly work together. Also, different sets within one specific gang could have rivalries with one another. So it's very common for gangs to come together to create something, whether it's because they're combined from an apartment complex or a local community, but they come together to make more money. That is typically why these things are created.
You said this is non-traditional. These hybrid gangs, is this just something that has come to evolve as time goes on in gang communities?
They have, and they have really, some gangs, they will absolve smaller gangs, smaller local gangs, whether it's a group of individuals who started a criminal street gang in like middle school or high school. That gang could gain notoriety in the community, and it could become into something bigger, or it could get absolved and recruited by a larger local criminal street gang, such as YSL absolving smaller gangs, because YSL is a criminal street gang that is made up of several other local gangs in the community.
You say YSL, so I'm sure you're familiar with it since you just mentioned it. What is YSL and what do you know about it?
Can you go to the next slide, please? So around 2012, YSL was created roughly. It was made up of several different criminal street gangs within the Cleveland Avenue corridor of South Atlanta. They have common identifying signs and symbols. They have their own hand sign, which is a Y, S, and an L. They commonly use the color green, but several members are part of different criminal street gangs within YSL. So there are some members who are sex, money, murder. There are some members who are 9 Trey. There are some members who are Brim, which would all be blood sets, some East Coast, some West Coast. There are also members who are neighborhood rolling 60 Crips, which some people think like that there would be a crazy rivalry, but the Crips have been working with the Bloods since their foundation. It just depends on what specific set. So it's not uncommon whatsoever. But they do have their own common identifying signs. They commonly use YSL. If you can press the next slide for me. They will use different terminology. For example, slime. They will use a hand wiping motion where they put their index finger underneath their nose. This is a reference to a common terminology they use for committing crimes. For example, if that individual is to go slime someone out, would be to indicate that you're going to rob someone or kill somebody. They have different symbologies that you use, such as snakes, green slime effects, and snake emojis, green heart emojis. There are several different identifying signs that YSL as a whole utilize.
Go to the next slide, please. So we've talked about YSL and sex, money, murder. And now we've just brought up 5275 slime gang young crew. How do those interplay with each other?
So if you can go back one slide. So Slime Gang Young Crew is a smaller local criminal street gang. They call themselves Slime Gang Young Crew. They utilize the number 5275 to depict a Texaco gas station or a gas station, maybe it's Sicko or Texaco, that they utilize to sell narcotics out of. They have tagged this area with their identifying signs and symbols. In the top right, I have seen different literature pulled out of Department of Juvenile Justice as far as YSL and Slime Gang Young Crew collaborating together. As you can see in the picture, the individual who was drawing this was showing that YSL and Slime Gang Young Crew are one and the same. They also shared the same hand signs and symbols and symbology. Also, there are several other criminal street gangs within YSL. For example, 250 Block Boys, based off Cleveland Avenue, the 250 block of Cleveland Avenue, that claim allegiance to YSL, but they call themselves just something mildly different, but they all have the same common identifying signs. So it shows that YSL has absolved a lot of these smaller gangs.
And these two particular locations that you have on here, what are these locations?
So these are the Biscayne Apartments and the Camelot Apartments over around Old National. These are the territory of Slime Gang Young Crew. This is where a lot of the members have been documented. This is a lot of where some of the crimes or proceeds of the crimes have been taken to.
Go to the next slide. All right, so you just mentioned tagging. What is tagging?
So tagging is graffiti to mark representation or territory of a criminal street gang. It's different than what we see in Atlanta. Now in Atlanta, you see a lot of graffiti all over the place. Not all of it is gang graffiti or gang tagging. Gang tagging is very specific. So whereas some individual might draw a beautiful mural or something of that sort, gang tagging is very specific to demonstrate this is who we are, these are our identifying signs, this is our territory.
We've had testimony identifying this as the SID code at 5275 Old National. Is there anything unique about these particular graffiti that would make you recognize it as tagging?
Yes, so you can see the SG, which is for slime gang. It's also kind of has like a slime green effect. You also see a green snake, which is an identifying sign. It marks up the Old National and Jolly Road, which is territory controlled by the criminal street gang. Also has block life. So block life, it's kind of like the reference that I said earlier about 250 Block Boys, block life. They're claiming this territory of 5275, which is this gas station, as their own.
What about the snake?
Yes, the green snake emoji or green snakes at all are commonly used by YSL and Slime Gang Young Crew.
Next slide, please. What is this terminology?
So this is just some of the terminology I was talking about earlier that YSL and Slime Gang Young Crew utilize. For example, YSL, Young Slime Life. They will also reference it as Young Slime Love. There's a term called SLAT, which is slime love all the time. Now, Bloods will commonly also use the term BLAT, which is blood love all the time. There are, just several different identifiers like ESPN, every slime play nasty, Rob or Rock. Rob would be raised on Cleveland. Rock would be raised on Cleveland, which is a reference to Cleveland Avenue where the gang was founded.
What gang was founded on Cleveland Avenue?
YSL.
Okay. Now, what sort of common identifiers did you find that YSL, the Slime Gang Young Crew took from or uses for themselves?
So they utilize the YSL symbol for Young Slime Life. They also use the green snake emojis. They'll reference the number 5275 for the gas station. They also have identifying signs of the same as sex, money, murder by double pistols and so forth. Not all members of 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew are sex, money, murder, but the ones who are do represent that as well.
Okay. So I see the picture that we put on the slide at the bottom. It says Happy MF 5275 Day Gang. What does that mean? Why would that be written?
So that would be paying homage to their gang. They're throwing up their gang hand sign while also saying this is like a hood day or a celebratory day of some sort for 5275, which is Slime Gang Young Crew.
And Mr. Miller, if you tap your screen, you will be able to utilize M.
It's just a zoom. Oh, no. Cool. Yep.
Okay. Now, will you circle any particular signs that you find of importance to give reference?
Sure. So the snake emojis, the hand sign symbols, the 5275, which is important, which is also seen right here in the posting. This symbol for YSL, while also holding up a pistol, which is significant because it's throwing up Pistol Pete, while also throwing up YSL, which is showing allegiance to both organizations. Here in this posting, the 5275, the snake emoji, those are important identifiers.
Okay. If you can, do you see anybody displaying the YSL sign?
I do.
Will you just circle the most distinct YSL image sign that you can see?
Those are all identifying signs of YSL.
Okay, you can go ahead and notice that. Now, what link do YSL and sex, money, murder play with each other?
So a lot of the leadership from several different investigations I've done, I've seen direct communications with the head of sex, money, murder right now, which is Peter Sharp. He is the biological son of Peter Rolak, the founder of YSL, or the founder of Sex, Money, Murder, I apologize, out of the Soundview Projects of New York, where the gang is from. I'm seeing direct communication with the leadership of Sex, Money, Murder and YSL, whether it's through Instagram and different cell phone dumps, as well as pictures of them together.
Okay.
So they're completely intertwined.
Now, And what about the origins of YSL? Where did they break from?
They broke from Rock Crew, and which is a foundation of several different criminal street gangs in Cleveland Avenue, which is called Raised on Cleveland. So this is just demonstrative of the actual sign. You can see the Y and the S and then the L for YSL. That's why they identify themselves as such. Now, one of the rival gangs is the Inglewood family If gang. So one of the rivals has a very similar hand sign, but you can tell that I can tell the difference, and some people can tell the difference. But it's essentially an If gang is an I with an F, and then a YSL is just slightly different. So you have the Y and the S and the L.
I think we've covered, one other thing. What is the individual with the finger under the nose? What does that mean?
So it's just another YSL hand sign of wiping the nose that they use to demonstrate that they are willing to slime someone out, or it's also an identifying sign of the gang itself, which is where they kind of base their name around of committing violence.
Next slide, please. Okay. Now, did you begin looking at evidence in this case to apply it towards actual gang investigation?
I have.
Okay. So what do you have here?
So this is the identifying signs of connecting Mr. Pittman to the Bloods, sex, money, murder, and 5275 slime, or 5275 slime gang young crew.
So what is the Instagram business record? What does it say at the top?
So the top is the vanity name or account identifier. It is spelled different. I'll spell it and say it. It's LUHHEAD2GZ. I interpret that as little head, two guns.
Okay. What is the 2GZ, the two guns? What is that referencing?
So that is a reference to double pistol, pistol Pete for two guns up, or any type of reference to showing allegiance to Peter Rolak for sex, money, murder.
Can you underline maybe this particular what you're talking about?
Right there.
Okay. All right, I see. Directly above that, what is that? What is the target number?
So a target number is very specific for an account. So through Instagram, you can change your vanity name. I believe it's every 24 hours if you wanted to, but you can change it as often as you want in theory. So your name, your vanity name may change. So little head, two G's, two guns, that is his vanity name. He could change that in the future, or it could have previously been changed to something else. That can always change. The target number itself, which is right here, stays with the account. So unless he creates a new account, that would give him a target number for that account. But this one in particular is his target number.
Next slide, please. So, guys, it's kind of hard to see, but this has previously been entered as the phone dump of Leandre Pittman, State's Exhibit 462. If you could look in that first column, if you could go to device name, please.
Yes, the device model is N84. Sorry.
I want to. If you go start scrolling down to where it just says the actual title of that first column under file system, device name.
The device name is Blazer, which is a reference to, it's another common identifying sign used by sex, money, murder for Blaze and Billy, identifying that individual as a Blazer, so to speak.
Will you circle where you see device name and Blazer?
I kind of crossed it out. Hold on, sorry. If I can just point to it.
Why don't you underline it? There you go. Okay. And just above that, What do you note the Apple ID associated with this particular account?
So I see this, the Apple ID is the same as the Instagram account, which is slime the world 2 guns at Gmail. It's specifically spelled SLIMEDAWORLD 2GZ at gmail.com.
And will you go back one? And what is the registered email address to that first page of Leandro Pittman business grant records?
Same as the phone, which is slime the world 2 guns at gmail.com, spelled the same.
Next page. We can keep moving. All right, let's talk about some of the specifics. What did you recognize from this particular photo?
So Pittman is standing at the gas station throwing up one blood love hand sign while also throwing up a YSL hand sign, which is both significant.
Slide, please. What do you have here?
Same thing. So he's making one hand sign with the pistol while also holding a suspected pistol with a high capacity magazine in the same, as if 2 guns for Pistol Pete, sex, money, murder.
And if you look at the title of the posting, Little Head GZ,
Bless you.
seems to be a small variation of the last vanity name. Is it common to see vanity names change amongst gang members?
Yeah, it is very, very common for them to change their name to various times. One, I mean, for whatever they would feel like, and 2, it could be to elude law enforcement. There's several different reasons why someone may change their vanity name.
What do you see in this particular image that would, what do you see in this particular image? I'll let you describe it.
So I see same thing, pistol hand sign to the head. It's specifically at the caption says Slime Gang Young Crew, and the heart in an E symbol. So that heart, that broken heart E symbol is typically used for over everything. So this caption, I'm interpreting it as Slime Gang Young Crew over everything. Hashtag free young crew with the snake emoji and a green heart emoji was showing allegiance to Slime Gang Young Crew YSL. So that's the importance of that. Also, I see that it's liked by an individual vanity name called Slat Walk It. Slat, slime, love all the time. So just another identifying sign that I'm seeing as for YSL and Slime Gang Young Crew.
Do you see Leandro Pittman in this photograph?
I do.
Okay. And anything about the way he's posing that draws significance to your eye through the lens of a gang investigator?
Just him posing with the firearm and showing the hand symbol, which this is very common on social media for the gangs to portray to other criminal street gangs, like, hey, we have guns, we will use them on the opposition or the rivals. They will commonly refer to them as ops for opposition. So this is just one way for them to publicly show to rivals, like, hey, we're armed.
I think, you know, let me go through a few more pictures, but how does Instagram interplay with status and respect as you described it in the beginning of your presentation?
So in gang culture, it's important for them to show off their firearms, one for fear and intimidation factors to rival criminal street gangs, but it's also important for them to show, like, hey, look how much money we're making, because they can use it as a recruitment tool for individuals seeing this money. And it entices typically our youth and juveniles into inquiring about how to get money like this with them. So it's kind of twofold. One, to instill fear and intimidation to rival gangs, and also as a recruiting factor for the youth in the area.
But what do you see on this?
So I see several individuals throwing up YSL hand signs. There's firearms showing, there's stacks of money showing. Several of the captions are references and different identifiers that I've kind of already talked about. We see the references of 5275. We see green heart emojis. We see green snake emojis. We see a red B emoji, which is a reference to the Bloods. B, color red, common identifying signs of those. We also see a two snake, which is reference two guns up, two snakes up. It's just a little creative spin on sex, money, murder to YSL. We also see little slat, so little, an individual named Little Slat, so slime love all the time, another reference.
Next slide, please. All right, what do you see here?
I see Pittman, he is doing the slime symbol underneath his nose, wiping the nose, while also holding some type of AR variant firearm or suspected firearm. There's different references and identifying signs that I'm seeing. The green snake emoji. Some individuals are throwing up an emoji that's very indicative of the blood love hand sign, as well as green heart emojis. One person is commenting gang. He specifically made the caption, "I ain't scared to bang my gang." Excuse my language. It says, "I throw this shit up. I vomit," with a snake emoji and then a throw up emoji. They'll commonly use that as well, just as a reference to slime, to green.
Next slide, please. Does this appear to be from the same set or the same caption as the last photo?
Yeah. So in Instagram, when you're making a posting, you have the capability, or the user has the capability of posting several pictures into one posting. Sometimes videos, you can actually do videos and pictures, just pictures, or just videos. So in this specific posting, there were several different images portrayed, and this is just a scan of one of these postings, or one of these pictures in this posting. In this posting, I can see that Pittman is wearing the same outfit while also holding the same suspected AR variant rifle. And he's also standing next to Sanders, who is throwing up YSL for Slime Gang Gun Crew.
Now, as we were, I want to briefly just go to another screen and go over some Instagram records. I want to go over, did you review some of actual conversations in Leandro Pittman's records?
I did.
To direct you to his record on the screen.
I think we're shifting to that big screen only, investigator. So I don't know what's going to be in front of you, but
Yeah, you're only going to be able to see, if you need to stand, you can stand, but please just make sure you project your voice towards Madam Court Reporter.
I can do that.
Okay. All right. I am going to direct you to page 508. Okay. And so what is a thread?
So a thread can be it's a conversation thread. So if I were to send a message to another friend or follower that I have on Instagram, a thread would be generated. Now, this thread can be deleted. It can be saved. It can be created to a new thread if I add more than one person, or if a group thread is created, it would also designate that and show deleted members or deleted vanity names of that Instagram records.
Okay. But when a thread is created, is it assigned a unique thread ID?
It is.
Okay. And does that thread ID contain all of the messages that were preserved at the time between the parties that are a member of that original group?
Yes, if preserved properly. Instagram also has another feature that is called vanity mode. So if a conversation is spread in that vanity mode aspect, it would not even be preserved.
So who would be the author of this first message in the thread?
So this author is solid.b40. So solid b40.
And it was an attachment sent?
Yes.
Okay. And would this be the attachment that was sent along with the solid B40?
Yes, and it depicts a caption or a screenshot of someone else's story. The other story is from Two Guns or Joey Guns with two gun emojis for Pistol Pete, Sex Main Murder. That is stating, the location for celebration 27th is at 2 p.m. Through 4 p.m. at 2400 Pleasant Hill Road, Southwest College Park, Georgia, 30349. It says specifically to be on time, be late, be a plate. So that is a reference to if you're late, then you would be violated. You'd be put on a plate and served to the criminal street gang.
But I want to stop you. I want to expand on that a little bit more. What to be served, to be put on a plate, what exactly does that mean?
So that's a term that's commonly used when an individual is violated or harm is intended for that individual. So it's common, just slang terminology used by various different criminal street gangs to say, like, if someone's going to be served on a plate, or that person is a plate to be served to the gang itself.
Okay. And what if a person is put on a plate? What kind of action should occur to that person?
Extreme violence, from a severe beating to murder.
Now, is something as like being late to a meeting, would that necessarily call for extreme violence there?
It does in this gang culture. So that individual could be met with penalty as far as like due payments, but they could also be subject to extreme violence.
I want to go to the response. So what date is this sent, by the way?
If you can scroll up, because you don't have to go up to the picture.
No, I'm talking the follow-up message.
The follow-up message was sent on 9/27/2020.
Okay. And what's the body of the follow-up message from that last image?
It says, send that to the rest of YC or YK. I apologize. YK is purposely spelled YK for young crew, because that specific individual is showing identifiers to the Bloods. So, like I said, Slime Gang Young Crew is made up of several different criminal street gangs because it's a hybrid gang. So this individual is identifying as a Blood, so he's spelling it YK.
I think you'll see that as we go on. And who responds to send that to the rest of YK?
This is the vanity name of Slime the World.
Okay. And that Instagram unique identifier, do you recognize that?
Yeah, so that Instagram vanity target identifying number is 9464595
And is that the same target number identified with Leon Pittman's records?
That is.
Okay. Now, how does solid .b40 respond to the question rest of who?
He is saying that it needs to be sent to young crew that is role lacking, which is reference to the sex, money, murder individuals within Slime Gang Young Crew.
Okay. What do you notice about the way crew is spelled?
It's spelled with a K.
Okay. And what is Rolakin?
The Rolakin is a reference to Peter Rolak, the founder of Sex, Money, Murder.
Okay. And do you notice anything unique about the way Rolakin is spelled?
Yes. The C is perfectly crossed out.
And who responds to that particular young crew does Rolakin message?
The vanity name Slime the World.
Okay. And what's the date of that response?
The response is 9/27/2020.
Okay. And what is the response?
Says what that is.
Okay. And does solid B40 respond on the same date?
Yes. Same day he responds, we have in a B town.
Okay. Do you know what that means?
So that could be reference to different things. That could be like a Blood Hood Day. It could also be like a beat down, which would be significant of the same, one of the same.
Okay. Now, the next message, is that another follow-up from solid B40 on the same day of September 27th, 2020?
Yes, it says what we told y'all gotta push up to get your RR. RR is a reference to real right, which is the tradition of going and being beaten and walking the flame of this specific criminal street gang.
Okay. And who responds to that particular who responds to that message of what we told y'all gotta push up to get your RR?
Slime the World responds, and the body says for sure. He's asking, we finna hit the five. Five is a common terminology, slang for fire. So walk the flame, essentially.
What does it mean? What is a fire?
So a fire is, and this reference is to walking the flame, like being beat into sex, money, murder is what he's inquiring about.
Literally initiated into sex, money, murder.
That is correct.
And what is the response from solid B40?
It says 9 times out of 10, hell yeah.
Okay. And was that sent on the same particular day?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to go now to page 1334. Right. Is this on page 1334? Is this a new thread?
This is.
And who are the participants in this thread?
The first participant is Do It for Vito, and the other one is Slime the World.
Now, on September 30th of 2020, is there a message sent from Slime the World to Do It for Dito?
Yes, Slime the World says, what's blazing, which is just a common greeting from Sex, Money, Murder members to others that are representing Blazing Billy, Sex, Money, Murder, of what's blazing. It's like saying, what's up?
gonna skip, there's just a lot of this conversation. I'm gonna skip to a few things. So I am going to go back, I'm gonna go down to October 16th amongst the same thread. All right, on page 1336 of these records, at on 10/16/2020, does Do It for Dito send a message to Slime the World?
He does. He says, you two guns.
What do you understand that to mean?
So two guns reference to sex, money, murder for two guns up. And the response is on the same date is, yeah, what's blazing, which is another common identifying sign of sex, money, murder.
After the yell, it's blazing, does Do It for Dito send another message to Slime the World?
He does. And it says, how got you, yo, flame, I might get down. So he's trying to get, and then there's a correction right below that. It says who. So who got you your flame, I might get down. So he's inquiring who put that individual down to get real right and go and walk the flame of getting beat into sex, money, murder. So he's inquiring because he's trying to go through that same passage.
And how does Slime the World respond on October 16th, 2020?
Yes, he sends a vanity name of, anytime you see the @ symbol in an Instagram records, that is essentially tagging that vanity name or account specifically. And it's Body Road _ Bastards 4L.
Okay, so what do you understand the question to mean? I want just before the response of @Body Road Bastard 4L. What do you understand the question of, like, who put you down? What do you understand that to mean?
So who put you down is like who brought you into the gang. So it could be, you know, that individual could have a ranking status. It could be a member. It could be a leader within the gang. But essentially, whoever brings you into sex, money, murder, into your gang, that person is responsible for you. They're responsible to make sure that you know their knowledge, which is like their signs, symbols, code of ethics of within their gang, how they operate. That person who brings you in is responsible for your teaching, for your mentorship.
What's the general term for the person above you that brings you into the game?
It varies, but it's typically like big homie or an uncle. It just really depends. It could be a YG, a young gangster.
So I'm going to move forward down the conversation. On 10/17/2020 at 15:21:08, does Do It for Dito send a message to Slime the World?
He is. And the spelling's kind of messed up, but he says how I'm interpreting it is they call you Little Head or Lee, and Slime the World responds Little Head.
Okay, and then does Do It for Dito respond to Little Head's message confirming that he goes by Little Head?
He does.
Okay, and what's the response?
He responds that he goes by Little Head.
And what does Do It for Dito respond to Little Head?
He says, Little Head, what's your number?
And what does Slime the World, how does Slime the World respond to that?
He responds by sending number 470-547-7446.
Right, on October 18th, 2020, what is the message sent by Do It for Dito to Rollhead?
He says, say little head, which is like a inquiry of like, what's up essentially.
And how does Slime the World respond?
He responds WP, which is like what's popping, just a common response of seeing what's going on.
And what is the response from Do It for Dito on October 18th, 2020?
It says that N-word Mir say he's trying to get stamped. So some guy named Mir is trying to get stamped or brought in under the gang, so they can also walk the flame and be real right. A stamp is like that leader or mentor stamping themselves, saying like, yes, I have this guy, he is stamped. So if you're ever questioned by a member of the gang, there's just be some common questions like, well, who put you on? You know, what's your knowledge on this? They might check that person to see if they're an actual confirmed member of that gang.
And how does Slime the World respond?
He responds, I told y'all I got to see WP, what's pop.
Okay, and how does Do It for Dito respond?
Dito responds, oh, no, I'm straight, bro. You sent me FWN, well, Amir just told me you're trying to get down. So FWN is excuse my language, fuck with me. So he's saying like, help him out. He's trying to get down.
Okay. And then how does Slime the World respond?
He says, what does he say? What he say?
Okay. And Do It for Dito, how does Do It for Dito respond?
Said, I told him you sent me his way. He said, say less. Say less is just nothing is needed more to be said. Like it's understood.
And Slime the World, what does it appear that Slime the World's inquiring into at this point? So
He's trying to get put down into the organization.
who is trying to get put down into the organization?
Mr. Pittman is.
Okay. Or is it Do It for Dito? Who's inquiring about getting stamped in?
Mir is this individual named Mir is inquiring to get stamped in as well.
Okay. And so is Mr. Pittman inquiring to the person that stamped him in about bringing others into the gang?
That is correct.
All right. Does it appear that Do It for Dito sent an image to Slime the World?
Yes, and we can see that right under her body it says attachments, and then that image has a very specific target number as well. That's unique.
And just take a look at this as I scroll through it. Now, does this appear to be a screenshot?
Yeah, so this is kind of what I was talking about earlier. You see how it's a black background? That is one of the reference features I was talking about in Instagram of vanity mode. So essentially, after this message is closed out, this conversation is erased. So this individual took a screenshot of it. You can see the vanity name of the individual conversation is with the Body Road _ Bastards 4L. And he's specifically saying, yo, I'm trying to get down with 2 guns. Or that message is sent to him. I apologize.
Okay. And what does it mean? I'm trying to get down with 2 guns.
So that person is trying to get down with sex, money, murder, which is the reference to 2 guns up, pistol Pete.
Get down with, does that mean to become a part
To join.
of, to join?
Yes.
Okay, and who does this person say introduced him to the other individual in this conversation?
So the response says, who is this? He says, I'm a young N-word that is on Gabi, which is reference to Gabi Road. He says, little head sent me your way. And that guy says, say less. That individual says, say less.
All right, and how does this conversation continue?
It says, here for Vito says, hey, I peeped, which is, I mean, I don't really know how to interpret that, to be honest. Then says 21 day, you got a scoop. Scoop is purposefully misspelled, replacing the C, which is just a reference to like, hey, you got to come hang out, come pick you up, come scoop you up. Slide the World responds, I, which is just an agreement. Slide the World sends an attachment. Do it Frito sends an attachment. Do it Frito says yo. And then do it for Frito says, stamp me gang twin. Since I'm gonna have to wait on my 2 guns blank. So he's saying he's requesting that that individual stamps him under sex, money, murder as a valid member of sex, money, murder.
Okay. Now, move on to another conversation. Now, does this appear to be a different thread with another individual?
This is.
Okay. And starting on December 4th, 2020, to Slime the World sends a message to 1sb.boolean.
Yes, he does.
Okay, and what does that message say?
He's saying we trying to get a car or 2 flipped. And then 1SB bully is responding, what y'all got? So 1SB bully, that's an identifying sign of SB is slime business, which is a common nickname that they utilize for the criminal street gang as well. He's asking what kind of cars they got. In the reference to flip, it's typically stolen vehicles across Metro Atlanta are taken and then flipped or sold for lower price. VINs are often, it's also a reference to flipping VINs on these stolen vehicles, which are then taken to different chop shops around Metro Atlanta or even to Birmingham, Alabama.
How does 1SB bully respond on 10/4/2020?
It says, what y'all got?
And how does Slime the World respond?
It says the Mazda CX-5 2020 and a Nissan Altima 2020.
And what do you know those to be?
Vehicles.
And how does 1SB.bully respond?
He's asking the white one, and Slime the World responds, it's great. And then you got says a follow-up message of and yeah, the white one.
And what does 1SB.bully say?
Send me a pic of both cars right now. I just talked to bro. We're gonna FWM fuck. He's gonna fuck with me.
Okay. What is that? In context, what does that mean?
He's gonna work together with me.
And it's all this conversation occurring at the same time.
Yes, within milliseconds of one another.
All right. And on October 4th, 2020, at 16:39:46, what does YSB.bully respond to the question of where you're at?
It says pulling in Camelot, which is a reference to the Camelot apartments on Old National.
Okay. And does the records almost like on a thread, does it also denote when video calls are made through the app?
Yeah, so a video call conversation won't necessarily be recorded as if it was like a story or a live video. But there's a call feature, so you can actually audio call, you can video call through the direct message, private messenger application internally through Instagram itself.
And what is moving forward a couple of days, what does W1SB bully ask on October 7th, 2020?
Sends WYA, which is where you at.
And what do you garner from that?
He's asking like, where is he at?
And all right, well, what's the response?
He says Camelot.
Now, when he says, sorry, on October 7th, after the response to Camelot, one SB.Bully says, who out there, correct?
That is correct.
And what is the response?
It says YC, which is for Slime Gang Young Crew.
And on October 18th, 2020, one YSB.Bully says a message that says send pic, correct?
That is correct.
And how does Slime the World respond on October 18th, 2020?
It says hole up, which is like, wait a second.
For the sake of time, I'm going to start speeding up.
That'd be good.
All right. Is there a video call directly after the last message?
There is.
And then is there a series of images sent by Slime the World?
There is.
All right. On 419, what do you see?
That is a white Jeep.
And on 421, what do you see?
Same white Jeep.
And is all of these images sent at the same time?
That is correct.
And then what do you see here?
The same vehicle, the white Jeep.
Okay. Do you recognize the surrounding area of this particular picture?
Yes, this is in the Biscayne Apartments, I believe.
And what do you see here?
This is the inside of the Jeep.
Okay. And are these still the same series of images sent at the same time?
Yes,
Is this just how they're documented by the business records?
that is.
Okay. As we continue through the images, I'm gonna move fast. And what do you see? Is this still on page 435, the same images sent by Slime the World?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you see here?
This is a key fob.
Okay. And why would a picture of a key fob be sent?
So oftentimes when vehicles are stolen around Metro Atlanta, keys are sometimes not recovered. So it could be, for example, with like a Kia, you may not need the key fob. They have different tools that they can start the vehicle with, like a USB drive or something of that sort. But when sometimes these cars are stolen with a key fob. I've had cases where individuals have left their key in their visor in their driveway, and someone has broken into their car, flipped down the visor, and found some keys and was able to drive their car off. Other vehicles, it has different technology of how a car could be stolen.
And as you said, you reviewed other Instagram accounts from this gang, correct?
That is true.
As well as this. And as you reviewed those Instagram accounts, was there a pattern on the way these vehicles were sold over Instagram?
Yeah, so typically these vehicles were once they were taken from local Metro Atlanta area. Some had key fobs, some didn't. They were taken and then stored in the gang's territory, whether it be the Biscayne Apartments or Camelot. And then they were used by the gang members. The vehicles were also used in other crimes to steal more vehicles or to commit other offenses, violent offenses upon their rivals. So they're not necessarily tied to that car, so to speak. It's a stolen vehicle, so it's not like it's registered to them. If LPR, which is license plate readers, are scanned that vehicle, their name doesn't instantly pop up to law enforcement. It would be that vehicle's registered owner, which is typically also a victim.
And did you see that the taking pictures of all four sides, as well as a picture of the key, if it was that a pattern that developed throughout all of these Instagram records, including the ones for Slime the World? Yeah,
it's very common, not only in these records, but other cases I've worked over the years. I've seen very similar pictures being taken.
Yeah. And so going to page 310. Yeah. Down. Down to 312, and then, all right, starting on 313. Was this particular thread, and I'm not gonna go through the whole conversation, but was this another thread starting on page 313 that used the same pattern as the last particular thread we did trying to flip stolen cars?
Yes, different vehicle, but yes.
And then, is there a message that is sent by a particular individual on this page?
Yes, the author is money symbol AK Boy, and the recipients are Slime Gang Money Crew 5275, which is
Okay.
just another name for the criminal street gang.
Okay, and the SGMC 5275, do you recognize the target identifying number in that particular instance?
Yeah, so the target identifying number is 946 459 65.
In what was that message that was sent?
Says I'm buying all foreigns gang. So foreigns is a reference to, it's just slang terminology for like an exotic vehicle, such as like a Porsche, BMW, something not domestically made would be like a foreign.
And I'm sorry, how does SGMC 5275 respond?
Responds with say no more, no mo, which is no more. I ain't got no foreign shit right now. The Charger and Jeep truck just got took. I only got a G37s right now, and a Kia K5 2021 and a 2021 Hyundai truck.
Okay. Fin, is that slang for infinity?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the particular date that message was sent?
It was sent on 10/19/2020.
And was that message of I only got the G37 Fin, Kia K5 2021, and a 2021 Hyundai truck? Did that come from the same target number associated with Leandro Pittman?
Yes.
So I'm going to go to another part of these records. Yes, you see these, I guess, images, I guess, that have the response typed out into them. Is that from responding to a person's direct story?
Yes, it
Okay,
is.
so what is a direct story?
So a direct story is a story that can be posted on that individual's public profile. That individual can then receive messages from individuals who are following that account. And this would be in turn like the response. You can also do a response direct story.
And when you respond to a story of that nature, does that mean when you see a message like that, does that mean a person is actually responding to an active story that was posted on Instagram?
Yes, and the story lasts for a 24-hour time frame.
Okay. And is responses in those stories, if an account's not preserved and you respond to a story, after 24 hours, does that mean the response is going to go away?
Yes, so this is a common practice that was done around this time frame. Now it has migrated to more people are just doing it in this vanity mode feature, which is a newer feature in Instagram.
Okay. If you responded to multiple people's stories that were active, would that same message appear in the unique threads that you had going on with the individual stories you're responding to?
So it'd be different for that each individual thread. So as an example, if I'm responding to 5 different stories for 5 different people, or even 5 different stories for one account, that each individual conversation would be specific for that story in that conversation.
Right. But in your messages, as you respond, like for instance, this say no more that was responding, if the person who sent that to 3 individuals, would it appear the same way in each of the individual story or like message threads?
I understand what you're saying. Yes, it would. It would be no different.
So I'm going to go to page. On page 477. And going to 10/20/1604/53, to slime the world, send a message to free the gang.
Yes, the message is WYA, where you at?
Okay, and what is the response from free the gang?
It says WT with Tay. That's how I interpret it.
And what is the question that's asked of slime the world to free the gang?
It says, where are the whips? It says, where are the whips? WEADA whips, which I interpret as where are the whips?
And what is it is the response?
The XF parks, I don't know about the other cars.
Okay. And what does free the gang say at 10/20/2020?
It says the Challenger is parked in Camelot.
And how does slime the world respond on 10/20/2020 at 16:11?
He's asking where's the Fin park? Where's the Infinity Park?
Okay. And how does slime the world follow up that question?
It says who has the keys? Specifically, it says who got the keys.
And at 10/20/2020 at 16:11/28 ETC, what is the message that is sent to free the gang?
It says that Cadillac got blitzed out bad.
And to you, what is a Cadillac getting blitzed in terms of your lens of a gang investigator, as an expert in gang investigations? What does that mean to you?
So when something gets blitzed, it's like something gets shot up or wrecked. Typically, it's shot up. Like if you're going to go run a blitz on an apartment complex, you're doing a shootout at that apartment complex. So with Cadillac, I interpret that as like a literal Cadillac vehicle getting blitzed, which would be shot.
All right. And what is the response?
It says Gutta and I'm already knowing. So Gutta is just someone's nickname. He's saying Gutta and I'm already knowing.
And on 10/20/2020 at 16:11/51, is there an attachment sent or a response sent by slime the world to free the gang?
There is.
Okay. And what does that say?
It says bro died last night.
Okay. So would this be consistent with slime the world responding to the active story that was posted on that date from free the gang?
It is.
Okay, and is that why it is the I guess looks different from all the other?
Yeah, so that's why it's that color and that font.
And if you go through all 5,935 pages of these records, is that something you saw repeated throughout this?
Yes.
Okay. And what does it mean to have an Instagram account preserved?
So a preservation is something that law enforcement does. Essentially, I am requesting from, at the time, it would have been Facebook. It is now Meta Incorporated, that owns Instagram and Facebook. So I would, as a law enforcement officer, would send a request to preserve an account at this date and time. Now, these records are retained by Facebook Meta without me doing a preservation request for like a very limited time, like And it varies. I think the last time I checked was like 90 days or 60 days. But it has varied over the years. But once a law enforcement officer submits a preservation request, that is me telling them to do not delete everything, keep everything from this point forward until I tell you otherwise, to maintain a record of everything because it may be related to a crime.
Okay. Had this account not been preserved at the time that this particular message was sent, this response to a direct story, what would have been reflected in the records?
It is very likely that it would not be in existence in the records.
Okay. So why so?
Because Instagram, Facebook, Meta, they only retain this information for a certain amount of time. Specifically, this content would have been 24 hours after posting. So in theory, less than 24 hours of this happening, it would have been removed.
So it was just happenstance that some person, some investigating agency had this account preserved at this date to capture this.
That is correct.
Okay.
So Mr. Hiles, we need to take a break at some point. I don't know if you are almost done or you're pivoting to another topic. We've been going through these Instagram records for a little while, and I think the jurors are ready to take a break. So where are you in terms of getting to a natural spot?
So I got one more question in regards to these particular records, and then I think that would be a good point for a natural stopping point.
One more question.
Okay. This last part of these few messages where it's inquiring as to the different locations of different cars, was that a pattern that you saw develop between all of the Instagram records you reviewed of members of this particular street gang?
Yes, the cars were typically stored in the Biscayne Apartments or in Camelot.
Okay. Did you notice any other places where they were kept, or any references to other areas?
Some of them were stored just in the gang's control. Related to this case, no, I did not. But in other cases, I have seen them in other areas, but primarily in these two apartment complexes.
Okay. That's not all the questions I have, but as it relates to.
I understand. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning break. Lunch today is going to be just before 12:30. So when we get back, we'll have about an hour more to work through with Investigator Miller, and we'll see where we are. Please don't talk about the case. No outside research. We'll see you in a little bit.
All right, sir.
Can you get that? I don't know if he dropped it or that juror who walked by. Right there. Okay. Mr. Hiles, how much time remains in your direct examination?
Might be. I'm saying I'm over halfway. I'm not exactly sure how long it's going to take. Maybe probably halfway to 2/3 done.
Okay. Mr. Hoover, anything?
I think you kind of answered it already. Do you plan on having closings after lunch? But I think you just kind of.
Well, they're not going to start before lunch because we got to stop at 12:30, and we are at best 2/3 of the way through, which means we've had almost 2 hours of testimony. That would mean at least an hour more, and that's not cross-examination, to which you are both entitled. So closings will start after lunch. We probably won't get through all closings after lunch, but we're not going to wait till tomorrow to start closing. So we'll get what we can get through today. Obviously, we have a few things to take care of when the state rests. Mr. Brown, anything?
Well, I hadn't been objecting, but it did seem like a lot of this lot that the witness today is covering was covered last week with another witness, especially the Instagram account. Other than that, nothing else.
Okay. All right. You guys enjoy your break. I'll be back out here in about 6 or 7 minutes. Okay, are they here? Okay. Tell them to come around.
Reeves. That's what you're talking about. Do you have another copy?
Just 1 second.
It is nice.
Amen. Oh, no, it's, as long as it's, I know you took the sentence and he's in the deal, so I can find it.
He sent an email afterwards, saying he said maybe November 6th.
Yeah, I do. Okay, well, then the warrant really doesn't mean anything.
Oops, I did.
Mr. Hiles, you ready for the jury?
I am, Your Honor.
Mr. Hoover?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
Ready,
All right, if they're ready, let's bring them in.
All right, from Jim. Judge President of California.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. All right, Mr. Hiles, we're back at it.
And so we just talked a lot about the Instagram records of Mr. Pittman. So as part of your investigation, did you also go through the cell extraction of Mr. Antonio Sanders?
I have.
And a part of that, were you able to get some videos and pictures associated, I guess, the same gang and pictures?
Yes, I have.
And as we were talking about Mr. Sanders, or did you and I have this discussion together about images inside the cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. And did we, were you explaining to me based off, your investigation, your knowledge from previous investigations, as to different locations inside a cell phone as to where things are stored?
Yes.
Okay. Did you specifically tell me about passwords being set or pairings between automobiles being saved in the password section when it is paired with a phone?
Yes.
Okay. So before we get in, I want to start this because we'll come back to the end. So did you, so I'm showing you what has been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 461, that is the cell phone extraction of Antonio Sanders. And this is page 6,972. It is in the password section of the self-site extraction. Okay. So under the column 392, what is the title of this particular, I guess, column or row?
It says car play pairing.
Okay. And what is stored, recorded here? What happens when you pair with a car?
So essentially, if you have never paired with this device to a car before, there is a pairing key. Essentially, Bluetooth has to be on both the vehicle and on the cell phone. A passcode is presented on the screen display of the vehicle as well as the phone. You have to verify that each number is in correlation with one another, and then you can accept, and then they will pair. Once that happens, unless that device is unpaired, you do not have to re-enter the pair or can redo the pairing passcode portion of pairing.
Okay. What does it say? Does it appear that is what this row 392 denotes?
Yes.
Okay. And what does it say paired to? On my cursor.
It says Kia Motors.
Okay. And what is the date and time of this created stamp?
It says 10/20/2020, 3:35 a.m.
Okay. Did that conversation about that, the location of that information come about as you and I were discussing this case together?
Yes.
All right. So now I want to go back to your review and expert gang testimony. So what do we have here? Again, refresh the jury's memory as what this image is called.
So this is the iron triangle. This is me connecting the defendant Sanders to the criminal street gang of the Bloods, Sex Money Murder, Slime Gang, Young Crew.
Now, as part of is your role is the gang investigation? You're connecting Mr. Sanders to the gang. Who does the other part of the investigation? Who does the underlying criminal investigation?
Whoever the lead investigator is, I mean, just for example, I commonly get contacted by APD homicide or the homicide unit from different jurisdictions or different agencies. So that person typically relays and does the predicate offense of my gang, the gang evidence. So they would investigate the crime itself, whether it be the homicide or the armed robbery. And I would work alongside with them or sometimes even on the back end as far as collecting the gang evidence portion if it's not there at the time of the crime.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, we are looking at the first page of the cell phone extraction of Antonio Sanders that has been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 461. All right. What does the device name come across as?
So the owner name shows,
First line up top.
says D-Shot.
Okay. And
This is, I think, on your screen now too, if you want to
That is a lot better. Thank you.
spare your neck.
yes.
Oh, thank you.
For device name, you just answered D-Shot. Will you please circle that, please?
Yes.
Okay. You can clear the screen. Now, what does it denote as the owner name?
So the owner name is down here and it says Blazin' Billy.
Okay. What does it say after that?
It says Young Crew Homicide at
I'm sorry, can you read the full line of owner's name?
Yes, Blazin' Billy, Blazin Billy.
Is there-
Sorry, there's a thing blocking that. Blazin' Billy Trip 5. So Trip is a nickname for firearms commonly. It's just another term. Sometimes they're also called a FI or fire, which is just a nickname for firearm.
And what is the name associated with the email address? Can you see that?
So the email address for accounts is youngcrewhomicide@icloud.com.
And how do those, the owner name and email address, how does that relate to your gang investigation?
So the owner name is a name that you can change as the owner of the iPhone. You can put, what you're called by friends and family. It can be anything that you create. So this was created by the individual who possesses this phone. What's important to me is it's Blazin' Billy, which is referencing to Sex, Money, Murder, the Blazin' Billy only lineup of Sex, Money, Murder. And the reference to Trip 5, which I'm assuming is which I interpret as a nickname. And then another identifier of Sex, Money, Murder, and the Bloods as a general is the number 5.
And then the email address, how does that connect to this as part of your lens to the gang investigation?
So Young Crew, so Slime Gang Young Crew, and then the reference to homicide. Sex, Money, Murder is also because of the name of murder in their gang. They commonly reference themselves as Murder Gang or even Homicide Gang or some type of reference or abbreviation of that. Even say like Murder Gang, some other references. So that's how I look at it. Is Young Crew Homicide at iCloud.com.
Does that have both references to Slime Gang Young Crew as well as Sex, Money, Murder?
Yes.
Next slide, please. Okay, so this image is tiny. We might need to display it another way, but did you? Yeah, it's okay. I got it. All right, we'll go to the next slide. All right, so in the saved images from the Antonio Sanders phone dumps, did you find anything that you believed to be associated with language of a gang?
So gang knowledge and terminology is often changes. It's also different from set to set, but it's very common to change. So gang members and traditional gangs often send out literature to their members, different codes, symbology, nicknames, and so forth. For one, so they will know exactly what the individuals are talking to. If they get orders from higher ups in code, they can interpret it. But the reason why it changes so often is because these are often located by law enforcement, whether it be a prison shakedown or going through a cell phone with this data in it. This is very common that we see in cell phone dumps. What we're seeing is different terminology and its meanings. So some of the things that stick out to me personally is Blessed Church. That's someone asking for a phone call. Seattle Seahawks, a nickname for Billy, which is a reference to 9 Trey Gangster Bloods, an alliance who has an alliance with Sex, Money, Murder. They often call themselves Billy Badass. So that nickname of Billy is a reference to that. New England Patriots has the word shine. So if someone was to use New England Patriots, they'd be referencing to G Shine Gangster Bloods, which is also an East Coast blood gang.
I'm going to stop it here. So each of these terms on the left appear to be common terms.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And are these terms, as you see it here, are they being uniquely used by Sex, Money, Murder to describe other criminal street gangs?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So what other, you go down, will you describe kind of line by line? I think it is important. So you stopped at Dallas Cowboys. What is Sex, Money, Murder associated with Houston Texans?
They're associating Houston, Texas with Pyru, which is another criminal street gang aligned with the Bloods. It's just like Brim or Bloods. It's just kind of a different terminology for a different set within the Bloods on the West Coast.
What is sex, money, murder associated with Kevin Hart?
That's ISB. So that's the Imperial South Bloods. That is in the longest story short, a Georgia prison gang who broke off of sex, money, murder in Georgia DOC prison that had some issues with the G20 line of sex, money, murder, started their own faction of East Coast or Southeast Coast Bloods, and they have called themselves the ISB. They have in the prison systems of Georgia, they have rivalries with sex, money, murder, who has branched from that. There are two separate factions that are at war with one another inside DOC.
Okay. What is sex, money, murder associated with Miami Dolphins?
Miami Dolphins with the Brims, which is just another criminal street gang, a national criminal street gang on the Bloods on the West Coast. Brims.
Okay. What term do sex, money, murder associate with NFC?
They put East Coast homie, which is East Coast homie. They just purposefully misspelled the C word with a B, so they don't so they would not spell a word with C, even though they still do.
Okay, and then in common culture, in civilized culture, where do you know NFC? What do you know that to be?
Football. So okay. The NFC.
Okay. And AFC. What does sex, money, murder associate with AFC?
The West Coast homies. So it's basically putting the, what was common with NFC and the AFC, but putting the East Coast and the West Coast, just separating the two. Okay.
Why would the gang want to denote East Coast homies versus West Coast homies? What does that mean?
Well, it's important to know, what gang you're aligned with, because there are so many gangs across the nation, and in Metro Atlanta, it's important to know who's an ally and who's a rival. So some gangs, even though you may be East Coast Blood, you may have alliances with some West Coast Blood gang alliances as well.
Kaepernick, what is that associated with?
They put Muslim. So in the Georgia Department of Corrections, there is a criminal street gang or a security threat group that has been classified as the Muslim Brotherhood. They operate, and they do have, it is a religion. I understand that Islam and being Muslim is a religion, but in the Georgia Department of Corrections, and what this is in reference to, is talking about the Muslim Brotherhood, which is completely separate from the religion.
And then Cosby Kid?
That is GD for Gangster Disciples.
Tyler Perry?
They put Mexican. I'll be honest, I don't really know what they're interpreting it to, but there are several Hispanic criminal street gangs, everything from Serenos, Norteños, to several different cartel nations. So I don't really know what they reference to.
Trippie Red.
It says white boys. So there are several different white criminal street gangs, such as the Aryan Brotherhood, different type of white nationalists, the KKK. They have Ghostface Gangsters, which is a predominantly white criminal street gang as well.
Okay. I think that's a good segue point for my next question. I see all the criminal street gangs we've talked about, all the pictures you've used seem to be of individuals from African-American descent.
Bless you.
Now, are gangs often separated on basis of race?
Yeah, oftentimes in the Georgia Department of Corrections nationally, it varies within region, but gangs are separated predominantly through race. That is not to say that just because one gang has a predominant race that they are a supremacist group that doesn't allow some. And just as an example, Gangster Disciples is a predominantly African-American criminal street gang, but there are several white Gangster Disciples through Georgia. Now, that might not, specifically in Georgia, now that might be different in a prison in Virginia. Honestly, I don't know. It varies from different states. But what I do know is some states, the gang culture allows it, some of them don't. Another example is the Aryan Brotherhood. The Aryan Brotherhood is a white supremacist criminal street gang. They do not allow other ethnicities enter their criminal street gang. Because of that, they do not align themselves in the prison system with the ghost face gangsters. They are at war. So they're at war. One predominantly white gang with another white gang is at war with one another because the ghost face gangsters, although predominantly white, do business typically with Serenos, which is typically Hispanic, or they often do interactions in crime with the gangster disciples. So because of that, the Aryan Brotherhood has a strict no working with anyone in Ghostface because of that. So although gangs are often segregated by race, it doesn't mean it's always a supremacy issue. It's just a matter of what they allow in the rules. But sometimes it is. Sometimes it is absolutely about race.
Okay. And all right, let's keep moving. All right. Mr. Cartier, what does sex, money, murder associate with that saying or name?
Per this code, it's a reference to you. So if you were to write a note that you were trying to hide from the eyes of, say, a prison guard or from the eyes of someone who doesn't belong or shouldn't be seeing certain things, if you're referencing to yourself, you're writing Mr. Carter or Cartier. And if you're referencing to me, you would put Mr. Dior.
What about G-Touch?
G-Touch would be dip or footwork. So the term dip, it can be dip set. So you could be essentially to kick someone out of the organization. Usually that's met with extreme violence, to murder, or complete expulsion. But for the most of the times, if someone is kicked out of a gang, it's met with, it can be severe as far as like stabbing someone so they almost die, to murder. It could also be to basically they had to leave the state and never come back and start a new life, and probably still had to pay some type of fee or penalty, or were probably still subject to violence. But every case is different.
Below zero?
It's just 5 love, and also means on pause. So 5 love is just a reference to, it's just like a hand sign, blood love. 5 love would be the same.
And then below zero?
That's what I just explained.
Heartfelt. What is heartfelt reference?
Black China and mule. So typically a mule, I honestly, I don't know the references for Black China, but the mule is a reference to typically someone who smuggles some type of narcotics or firearms.
Okay. And catch divide.
It says pull up or do dash. Honestly, I have no idea what that is, but
That's all right.
pull up is like, meet up with somebody.
All right. Now, does sex, money, murder have organized meetings?
They do.
And at those meetings, is there a call and response?
Yes. So, and this isn't always even at meetings, but for example, if someone meets an individual who is claiming to be sex, money, murder, and that person is also sex, money, murder, they will systematically check one another if they didn't know each other. So there would be some callings and responses that both individuals would need to know. And if for some reason that one of them didn't know something, that other individual would assume that person is false claiming membership of sex, money, murder. And all gangs have this. I mean, not all. Most gangs, most nationally, traditionally set traditional gangs have some type of system in place where there is a calling and response and knowledge that one would need to know to be a member. And this keeps essentially individuals who would be false claiming out. And if someone was met that was false claiming, they would probably be met with extreme violence, to include murder, which I've seen for false claiming. I've also seen people robbed and stripped of their clothing for false claiming. So it's not very common.
Is there another term for false claiming that you hear about often?
False claiming, false flagging.
Like false flagging and false claiming, interchangeable terms.
Yes. Yes.
All right. So how would this particular saying and response go if we were on the streets? Let's say I came up to you thinking you might be a member of sex, money, murder. How would that go?
So this isn't typically like, this is actually not formatted in a a most common saying and response. This is still under the element of like a code. So 45 grams, same heart, 95 ounce, one beat. Usually like a saying and response is or is also referred to as like a where you're or who you be. Like I be that nickname from Blazing Billy, whatever, 45 worldwide out of Georgia. My big homie is this.
Okay.
It's a expression of who you are, who you line up against, who's your leadership, what specific set you are. This is who I am, and then there would be a response of I be that whatever, whatever that person's lineup is. Does that make sense?
Yep. Do those saying and responses evolve though?
They do.
Okay. And is that to ensure what's the reason for the evolution of sayings and responses, call and responses?
Mainly, it's the evolution is a lot of this is exchanged from word of mouth. Sometimes it's written and it's passed on in the prison systems or through text, and sometimes things can get lost. So it's not like it's a there's a book specifically with all these rules and regulations that are typed out and then distributed to members. It's distributed into essentially secrecy to evade law enforcement. However, law enforcement often intercepts it and then it is changed again.
Okay, next slide. Are these some of the videos that you pulled off of Mr. Sanders' phone?
It is.
I'm going to see if this works. We might just be skipping these videos then. Will you stop and will you please stop and reshare the share sound?
Okay. Let's see.
What did you hear that audio to be?
So an individual said, I got the gang with me. We see Mr. Sanders, he's throwing up YSL, then he transitions into a wiping the nose, also to identifier of YSL, slime gang YC, and then we see Mr. Pittman. I can't relate the stacking order, he does it directly, but I see both blood, he throws a blood hand sign with also with YSL.
I'm gonna play it one more time so you can get a look.
So Mr. throws YSL and then throws blood love.
Okay. You go to the next one. All right. This particular post, how does it relate to the gang we've been speaking of?
So what's important, if you look at the username, the vanity name at the very, very top, left, right. Sorry, I gotta put my pen back up. Right here, so we see slime gang YC 4L. The 4L references typically in this context reference to for life. So that individual is saying, I am slime gang young crew for life. Right here, this is the YC OE, the broken heart. So young crew over everything. That's important. And then also this color of the font is in green, which is the gang's identifying color. It also has a green heart or a green snake, a green heart, and then the broken heart. So I interpret that as one of the symbols as slime gang young crew and YSL. The heart is typically used as a reference of slime love all the time. And then the broken heart, once again, is the over everything aspect.
Okay. You clear your writing and go to the next slide, please. Can you read the caption on your?
I can. So the most important thing of the caption that I'm saying is it says big slimes cause a tragedy. And then you have the green snake emoji, which is a common identifying sign for them, as well as the red hearts for showing the love and allegiance to the gang.
Slide, please. All right, and if you could, please hit play on this. And was this another video that you extracted from, or that was extracted from Mr. Sanders' phone?
Yes.
This particular video, do you see any references to the gangs that we've been speaking of?
Yes. So you see the YSL hand sign, you see a pistol held in a fashion that would represent double pistol Pete alongside with the YSL simultaneously, and also a literal snake, which is the identifying sign for this criminal street gang.
It's blurrier on this particular screen. The jury can see. Is that a live snake?
It is.
Next. Okay. You could hit.
Yeah, I not in my way, yeah. These hoes thinking niggas be out here cheating, man. Niggas be out here getting to this money. Yeah. Y'all broke ass niggas get y'all some funyuns, man. Broke ass niggas.
And do you recognize, I guess, the font or what type of video that would have been?
So this would have been a story, and if it was on Facebook or Instagram, it would have been posted essentially in the same or saved to the device in the same mannerism. But yes, I recognize it as either a Facebook or Instagram story, publicly broadcasted story.
Now, I see lots of money. Speaking of money in the Young Crew label, why is that type of stuff broadcast over Instagram?
So in this aspect, it's a recruiting tool. He's telling individuals who are young that, hey, go get you some money, come make some money, and then putting Young Crew with some of their identifying signs publicly on social media while they're showing off how much money they have, saying, hey, come with us, come make this money and put in this work. It's a recruiting tool. And we see it's not just this gang, it's several gangs do this.
Yeah, I not in my way, yeah. These hoes
Does that go back to status amongst the gang?
It does.
Okay. And does it relate to status inside the gang as well?
Yes. If you're someone who is a top employer and making a lot of money and doing a lot of crime for the gang or committing the most violent and atrocious events to society, you at a minimum maintain your status within the gang. But the more crime you do, it actually ultimately increases because you're more respected by your peers. If I look at it from an example of a coworker. So if your coworker is lazy, not working, taking naps while you're grinding and doing all this meticulous labor and work, would you necessarily respect your coworker? It's essentially the same, except in this, their work is literally crime. So if you're not out there committing crimes like your fellow coworkers in this organization, then yes, you would not maintain your status.
Next slide, please.
the whole gang in a bit. We ain't leave nobody out, no kids. Whole gang. Yeah.
All right, that there's too much of a lag for me to ask you questions about that video. We'll just move to the next one.
Repeat. Record.
So let's talk about proceeds. How are proceeds shared amongst gang members?
So it depends. In several interviews I've done over my career, it really depends on what your role was or what was being conducted, but it is distributed evenly by those who are actively committing those crimes. Something to also keep in mind is a lot of these traditional gangs and some local as well require a monthly, bi-weekly, it really depends on the gang, but sometimes they require dues. So the distribution of funds is important. You're also expected to take care of members who may have been locked up by either commissary or putting money on their books. So there's several aspects of how they divide this money.
Okay. Now, we've heard a lot of crimes about, or a lot of testimony, and you talked about some too, about breaking into cars. Through this investigation, did you see any patterns as to the way that this particular gang 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew would go about that process?
Yeah, so Slime Gang Young Crew, YSL, they typically take these vehicles. Different individuals would have different roles with the vehicle. These cars are stolen. They are then stored or stashed at Pitman or Camelot. From there, those gang members are allowed access to those vehicles to either go and steal more vehicles, create more entering autos, go commit drive-bys or violent offenses on their rival criminal street gangs, anything to disassociate themselves with like that crime that's being committed. So those cars are a commodity for the gang itself. In return, also with these with the same order of crimes that we saw were the firearms. So a firearm was collected in a vehicle that they had entered, and maybe not even took, but if they took the actual gun, that gun is a commodity of the gang. It's often shared, just like the cars. So that's some of the crimes that we see.
Okay. Now, what about any patterns as the way to the actual entering autos and car thefts are committed? Did you see anything as to that nature?
What I've seen over the years is typically you have everyone who's going out to strike or striking. That's a term used for entering autos and stealing vehicles. Typically, depending on how many people are going out, you have a driver of a vehicle, then you have another driver for a lookout vehicle. That lookout vehicle has multiple different roles, but it could be for lookout for law enforcement, lookout for neighbors. If that vehicle potentially could be a clean car registered to like a family member's name, but say the lead car has several items that have been stolen, that lookout vehicle would be asked or required to cause law enforcement to chase after that vehicle, like a chase vehicle. There's several, like the driver of the vehicle typically isn't going to get out to go check and pull on door handles in a neighborhood because their responsibility is to drive. Whereas people in the back seat or the front passenger seat, those are the ones who are going to get out real quickly and come right back. Well, the car doesn't stop or anything, everything can keep on moving. Also, someone that's in the vehicle as a passenger would be able to drive another vehicle if they did take another vehicle. And that's also why it's so important to have a storage location like these territories in these apartment complexes, because if you do select multiple vehicles in one night, you can stash them real quick and then go out and do it again.
And is everybody that is out, can you passively participate in these activities based off of the ideals of gang culture we've been speaking of today?
No, I mean, if I was in the back seat and my gang I'm a part of is actively breaking into cars and stealing, and if I was just like, I'm not doing this, I would be violated, whether it be punch, beat up, suspected of snitching or any of those sorts. Harm would come my way.
Okay. So see a lot of cash in a lot of these videos. If that cash is collected by the person, like who gets to keep the cash? Is it only the person who breaks into the vehicles? Like, how do these?
No. So for example, like the driver can't get out. So no one would want to volunteer to be the driver if they're not going to get something also. So what they do is they bring all the proceeds together, whether it's guns, money, stolen merchandise, and they'll split it all between them. If someone is caught like withholding something from the group, there's a reference or a slang term called cuffing. So you don't want to get caught cuffing from your gang because you could be violated for that as well. Now, typically the firearms aspect, if I got into a car and I found one firearm, typically that firearm would now belong to me. However, it could be traded within the gang for another firearm, or if someone else from my gang needed it, they could use it. But if there was, say, one person found 5 or 6 firearms in one vehicle, they would be distributed by those involved.
Next slide, please. So we touched on traditional gangs and hybrid gangs. I believe you said that traditional gangs have a rank and structure, and hybrids may or may not. So if there is no traditional rank amongst a hybrid gang, is there still status amongst gang members?
There is, and typically, unless a gang was just created, there's still someone typically who has been in that gang longer, maybe a founder. They often reference to these people as like big homie or some sort, even though it's not like a specific actual rank. They will reference to that person as some type of mentorship. But yes, you still have to maintain your status within that gang at a minimum, because if you're not getting active, if you're not actively committing crimes, you would lose your reputation within the gang. You'd be known as someone who is not being active, and then you'd be pressed of, why are you not contributing? We're all part of this together. Why are you not contributing? Why are you not pulling your weight? So yes, it's very important for members to be active, to at a minimum maintain their status. But if they want to be known as someone not to be messed with, someone for others to fear, they're going to have to be known to commit violent crimes.
I think we can keep scrolling. Next slide. All right, this particular image, what do you see in this image?
See Sanders holding an AK variant type rifle with also a suspected pistol. The caption of the picture is the main slime with a snake emoji.
Okay, and these pictures that have been posted under tailor-made 5.
Yes.
Were those pictures also present without the captions inside of Antonio Sanders' cell phone extraction?
Yes, it was.
All right. Next slide, please. So everything that you investigated into this gang and that you read, was it consistent with your knowledge of how these types of gangs act?
Yes, it
and
is.
Operate?
It is.
Okay. I have one more video that I'd like to show you. No, actually, we go to the next. All right, the freedom tag, that seems to be a theme amongst much social media. What is that reference?
So that's typically when an individual is locked up for some type of reason. They will typically get support from their criminal street gang to say free them, and the aspect of because they are stronger on the outside with their members actively committing crime. So if they're locked up, it takes them off the street.
Okay. And do you recognize the 2 individuals in this particular photograph?
Yes, Sanders and Pittman.
Okay. I got one more video that I'd like to play for you, and I'm going to play it. This has already been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 249.
It's going to be on the big screen over there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
And before I hit play, what do you recognize on the captions at the very top of the screen?
Says free D5, crazy little me.
I don't know who that is.
What did you interpret and what did you hear in that video?
So some of the key things I took out from it was he was acknowledging that he's been out striking. He's asking other individuals like, where were y'all at? I was out here putting in the work. He's encouraging his gang, specifically young crew, to he says stay gangster, which is a reference to stay solid, not to snitch, and live this gang culture of continue to commit crimes, which I think is important.
Let me play this last little bit. Tell me if you understand what he's saying. What did you hear him say?
He's saying to tell all the young crew, telling his gang to stay dangerous, which is how criminal street gangs operate, of instilling fear and intimidation, not only in the community, but to their rivals.
So when you're looking at what it is that connects all these crimes, like how do you generally refer to that? What's the term generally referred to as connecting the crimes to the gang?
Nexus is typically what I'm looking for, but I'm looking for a totality of circumstances for my determination of, is this gang motivated, or did the gang benefit from this crime?
Gang benefit from this crime?
Yes.
Okay. And do you look at the patterns of the gang in determining that information?
So I look at the patterns. I look at the I look at a lot of details for this. Typically the territories. How did the proceeds promote or would promote the gang? How would the crime perpetuate the status of the gang or the gang members? Violence does increase that gang status. Violence does increase that individual who committed that crime status within the gang. It also instills fear into the community. If items are taken and then collectively used by the gang or by another gang member or an associate of the gang, that would benefit the gang. If specifically a vehicle, vehicles are commodities that can be exchanged from the gangs themselves, and it's also stored and easily accessible within their territory that they control. So that would promote the gang.
Your Honor, that's all the questions I have for this witness.
All right, perfect timing. We need to break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try to be back at 1:20. The eclipse is supposed to happen at 2. I asked Deputy Gordon if he could get us up on the roof of the building, but Sheriff doesn't allow people up on the roof, so we could see at 2. I've been told we're at like 60%. The path of totality isn't very near Georgia. It's up through Ohio and Pennsylvania on up into upstate New York. But while you're going out to lunch, if it seems kind of dim, it's not because you've been stuck in here all day. It's because we have an eclipse coming. But I will see you all at 1:20. We'll see if there's any cross-examination of Investigator Miller, and we will go from there. During your lunch, don't talk about the case, no outside research. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right, Mr. Hiles, anything before we break?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hoover?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown? All right, if the two of you would confer over the break as to who's going to go first, figure that out. And we'll start with cross-examination. Investigator Miller, you're free to be with the prosecution team. Just don't talk about your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, everyone. All right, Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Okay, let's get back on the record in State versus Pittman and Sanders. Our lunch break is over. The eclipse is about to start, but we're going to press on with gang testimony. Let's see if the jurors are ready, please, Deputy Gordon. If they're ready.
All right, for the jury.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I was told that in honor of your lengthy service, a brand new coffee shop opened up on Mitchell Street. I had mentioned that Tide Tate Kitchen, which is kind of a high-end Thai place. Right next door to it, it's called Spiller Coffee. And I think they have food as well. If you went there today, it was their grand opening, and they may have been handing stuff out. I don't know. I didn't go. But if you get another break and go up Mitchell Street, just know that Spiller Coffee is there. Not that you need coffee, but there is coffee there, and whatever else they offer. We still have Investigator Miller on the stand, and I'm going to see if Mr. Hoover or Mr. Brown is going first. Mr. Hoover stood, so you will go first. If you don't mind putting that podium back up too.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Investigator Miller.
Good afternoon, sir.
I truly don't have many questions for you. Let's see. Let's start with all of the social media pictures we saw with groups of people standing around, posing, doing all that. To the best of your knowledge, was a photo lineup created with any of those people and shown to Ms. Joyner in this case?
Not that I have recollection to.
Do you know who Ms. Joyner is in this case?
I do not.
Okay.
Oh, I have to back up. Okay. So there was testimony. Well, do you know, let me ask it this way. Do you know whether or not a photo lineup was made of anyone in any of those pictures that were shown to any possible witnesses in this case?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know, to the best of your knowledge, if fingerprints or DNA swabs from anyone in any of those pictures were collected to test against any evidence in this case?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know, to the best of your knowledge, that if any cell phone devices from anyone in those pictures was ever, I guess, accessed to see where they were on the night of the shooting?
And just to clarify, you're asking about the group photos of pictures we saw from social media that I discussed?
Yes.
I do not know.
Is there anything through your investigation that you can show this jury that shows Antonio started recruiting people to be under him in this gang after the shooting of Mr. Denny?
After the shooting, no. I see more of the video that was captured and posted on social media. I personally look at that as a form of recruiting in this gang culture, but him directly talking to someone and trying to bring them in, no. But that is a form of recruitment that is used by the criminal street gang.
And that's why I asked specifically for him to see if he had anything to show the jury. Thank you. Through your part of the investigation, did you uncover any communications with Mr. Sanders and anyone else discussing the trading or selling of vehicles amongst each other?
I have. I have seen the trading and selling of vehicles and throughout the Instagram records that I have reviewed. Yes.
Poorly worded question. Throughout those messages that you uncovered through your part of the investigation, were any of the communications after the shooting involving Antonio Sanders and the selling and trading of vehicles in this case?
Not specifically.
Through your investigation, through these communications that you uncovered, were any of the discussions containing Antonio Sanders in regards to the trading and selling of weapons after the shooting?
Not specifically saying him, no, but throughout the gang, yes.
Gotcha. Through your part of your investigation, were there any communications that you uncovered specifically of Antonio Sanders discussing the shooting of Mr. Denny or showing pictures of the actual crime scene?
I do not recall, no.
During your part of your investigation, did you uncover any communications that dealt with Antonio Sanders talking about hiding guns or getting rid of guns afterwards?
I do not. I did not review anything like that, no.
During your part of the investigation, did you uncover any communications dealing with Antonio Sanders talking about providing weapons for anybody for the shooting?
I don't recall.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Sir.
Mr. Brown?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Investigator Miller.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Let's say you're a detective with Atlanta Police Department at this time, and I'm a 20-year-old, if you can imagine that. And I come up to you and I tell you that I'm in the blood gang, and I throw up a blood sign.
Okay.
That in and of itself is not criminal, is it?
No, it is not. It is protected by the constitutional rights.
By the First Amendment, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so, okay, there was numerous photographs on Mr. Pittman's suspected Instagram account showing him throwing up gang signs.
Yes.
All of that is protected by the Constitution, isn't it?
It is. The elements that make it criminal is none of the pictures themselves. It's the fact that I have to show that the individual is associated or a member of the gang. The only part that it becomes evidence is when a crime was committed.
Speaking of which, could you put up that triangle that you had used in the state's case?
The iron triangle?
Yeah, the gang triangle. That one. So, if any one of those elements, gang, crime, person, if anyone is missing, then you don't have criminal gang activity. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so even the photos of my client in possession of, and I think the term you used was suspected firearms, because there's no proof that they're real firearms as of yet. Is that correct?
Yes, I can't accurately say like for sure this is a gun. It looks like a gun. It could be a prop gun. I didn't test fire. I didn't collect that firearm. To my knowledge, no law enforcement had done so either. But the reason why I say suspect is because it very well could be that. Now, it looks like a firearm. And for the purposes of social media and stuff like that, and with music videos and YouTube, oftentimes criminal street gangs utilize firearms in these videos, but it still gives the same effect. So if it was fake or real, it's still the aspect of the fear and intimidation factors to the community and to rival criminal street gangs of a threat of don't mess with us.
So none of the photographs of him holding these suspected firearms is criminal in and of themselves. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And there are photos of him holding suspected cash. That's not illegal, is it?
It is not.
Okay. There was, I think I even saw one photograph of him in possession of what's called a blunt. I think I saw that. Well, of course, smoking marijuana is illegal in this state. But the picture of him with the suspected blunt, that's not illegal, is it?
No, I mean, to my knowledge, it could be tobacco. I mean, I didn't field test that alleged or suspected marijuana or tobacco or whatever it was. I mean, I could speculate, but I don't know.
There was this movie that came out in the 90s. It had to do with a gang. It was called Cash Money Brothers, CMB.
Okay.
And the goal of the police was to apprehend and take down this gang. This gang was suspected of being the largest crack cocaine trafficker in Harlem. The movie is New Jack City. Are you familiar with that movie?
I have never seen that movie.
You've never seen? Have you heard of it?
I honestly haven't.
Oh, okay. All right.
I thought we were going on a Boys in the Hood transition, but I haven't seen
Oh,
that
this.
one.
I think this was a little bit before Boys in the Hood.
Okay.
But in that movie, which starred Wesley Snipes, at some point, even though the police suspect him of being this huge drug trafficker and involved with numerous murders, they're openly doing a food drive on the streets in front of the police, distributing turkeys around Thanksgiving. Why can't the police arrest him?
Well, serving turkeys in the community is not a crime, but in similar fashion, and I haven't seen this movie, but very often criminal street gangs do hold community events or several events in their community. So not only is there a fear and intimidation factor, there is, but it is a way of appeasing and getting the community support. So it's also an avenue for recruitment, sadly, with the youth. Some of these events, for example, Cleveland Avenue Hood Day is an event that takes place on Cleveland Avenue for Young Slime Life, where they have several vendors cooking barbecue, they have music playing, some famous rappers come to the event. It's also a way for some of the kids in the community, they see these individuals with fancy clothes or nice shoes, and they may not come from that background. So it entices the kids of how can I become involved in that, because I want those things as well. And oftentimes these kids are given clothes, shoes, maybe video games, other different aspects of something that they may not be able to afford. And then later down in life, they'll be approached again, maybe to hang out with them or sell drugs. There's, I've interviewed several youth in that area that have been approached and preyed upon in that avenue.
Exactly. That was basically the reason for the food drive in the movie, to make the gang look good and to be accepted by the neighborhood. So even though that was in furtherance of the gang, because there was no criminal activity at the time, they could not be arrested. Is that correct?
That is true. And I haven't seen the movie, so, but
I recommend you see that movie.
I'll check it out.
One of the best. That's all I have, Your Honor.
A vote for New Jack City.
New Jack City.
All right. Also had Judd Nelson in it.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I am. You and I are both old.
Eagles.
Yep. All right, going way back. Mr. Hiles, it looks like you've got redirect since you're standing up. Okay.
Ahead of myself by putting up the HDMI port. All right. want to direct your attention, Investigator Miller, back to State's Exhibit 461, which has been identified as the cell phone extraction of Antonio Sanders. Now, there's thousands and thousands of messages on this extraction, is there not?
That is correct.
Okay, and on direct examination, Mr. Hoover asked you if you ever specifically recall any information involving Mr. Sanders engaging in, I guess, communications involving the trading of firearms, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I want to direct your attention to the bottom of page 12,073, line 45,121, where it says instant messengers. And if you need to stand up, please stand up so you can read.
I can
Okay, so who is this message from?
So this message is from Little Head from phone number 470-547-7446.
And what is the number that is associated with the owner of this phone?
That number is 470-547-6240.
Okay, and what does the content of this message say?
This text message says, can you move your cursor?
Oh, absolutely.
It says, nah, a little slack trying to trade his Glock and another 5 for it. So when I took that before,
Is fire is another slang term for a firearm, and Glock is also a firearm. So that would be a conversation about trading firearms.
Okay, it's a direct question inquiring about the trading of firearms, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, that's all that I have.
Mr. Hoover?
Yes, what date and time was that, were those messages taken?
Let me go back to the.
It shows 10/21/2020.
Okay, who is he speaking with?
it shows Little Head.
And is that the same weapon that was used in the Gwinnett shooting?
I do not know.
Was that the same weapon that was used in Mr. Denny's shooting?
I do not know.
No further questions.
Mr. Brown?
No further questions.
Jurors, do any of you have questions for Investigator Miller? You should hold them up with more enthusiasm. You look like you're holding up something you're trying to get rid of. Thank you. Counsel, please. Investigator, from your experience, is it common for gang members to share cell phones in the way that you mentioned? Maybe they'd share cars.
I don't believe I've ever seen that with cell phones, except for in like a jail setting. So it's common for gang members to have like a contraband cell phone, and multiple people share that inside a jail because the lack of cell phones in a jail is how it should be. There shouldn't be any cell phones. So like if one is in there or in prison, they'll share one in that manner. But as far as like in the regular everyday life, very rarely. I mean, sometimes they'll have more than one phone, but that's not really being shared by other members. So it's just having more than one cell phone.
There was a FaceTime video. I don't know that it was FaceTime, but there was a video call. It's one of the last videos you were asked to explain and view through Mr. Hiles. Who was the person on the call?
So in that video conference, I'm assuming it's the question or it's the video of Mr. Sanders inside the jail doing a video visit through jail. That was then recorded or screen recorded and uploaded onto Instagram.
But the person in the video you're saying is whatever its origins, it is
Sanders.
Okay. And then a couple questions about pairing cell phone with a vehicle. Do you know if pairing requires a specific login to a car's Bluetooth system, or if you're in the car, your phone will start to pair with the car, if that makes sense?
So there's an aspect of Bluetooth, like if you have a Bluetooth device on your cell phone, and if you are around Bluetooth devices, it is looking for it, but for it to actually pair with a car, that code has to be accepted. If you were to take your car that you drive today, all cars have the same situation when it comes to Bluetooth. That pulls up a passkey. That passkey has to match your phone and the car, and you have to accept for them to actually pair. Now, once that occurs, then anytime that cell phone is in the vicinity of that car, it could pair on its own, unless it is unpaired.
Mr. Hiles, when we were in the hallway, I talked with you and the other lawyers about maybe pulling up the exhibit you shared with Investigator Miller about pairing with the Kia. Have you been able to find that?
So
It was something you shared with him.
yeah, I found it, but I don't think it has.
Well, let's put it up on the screen because it's not a question for you. It's a question for Investigator Miller. Sorry to make you do that cord thing again. The question is, you're going to need to see what's on the screen, whether the MAC address for the device is present in the screen that talks about pairing with the Kia, because the question was whether it's the same Bluetooth MAC address for that screen you were looking at that said on the 20th of October, 2020 at 3:35 in the morning, the phone paired with the Kia. And then the basic image information was probably that very first page, but we can find it, that listed a MAC address, whether those are the same addresses. But we need to see if there's even an address on that other screen.
Here's the car play.
So is there anything on that screen that would identify the device that's pairing, not meaning the car, but the phone?
It just shows that, that it's an iPhone, obviously, because we see that through the cell phone extraction. We see that from the Apple category. And then we have the CarPlay pairing. So that just shows us that it actually pairs. It doesn't give us, there's a few things I don't have information for. Like I don't have the, like what actual number popped up on the phone or the Kia, because it's whatever type of algorithm they use. I don't know. It doesn't show. It also doesn't show an address of where exactly it was registered or once where they paired, and that's just kind of common with Apple. Sometimes it gives you endless information, and sometimes it saves certain things. I don't really know their algorithm of how they pick and choose what things they do sell or what they store, but this is the only information that I have from this extraction.
The extraction that yielded the data we're looking at right here came from the iPhone that is associated with Mr. Sanders?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Hiles, do you have any follow-up for Investigator Miller?
I do not.
Mr. Hoover?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
No further questions, Ron.
Investigator Miller, thank you for your time. You're free to go.
I appreciate it.
Mr. Hiles, next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state of Georgia rests the case.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached a point in the proceedings where I need to have you step out of the courtroom because I need to cover some things with the lawyers. This will be an afternoon break for you. I don't know if it's the only one you'll get, but it'll take a little while for us to navigate what we need to navigate. The fact that the state has rested means only that the state has presented its case in chief. If both defendants decide they're going to present no evidence, then you've received all the evidence. And it's that universe you will consider in deciding whether the state has met its burden. But as I told you at the beginning of the trial, both these defendants, Sanders and Pittman, have the right to present evidence if they want to. They have no burden, but that doesn't mean they can't or are disallowed from presenting evidence. So I'm going to talk to them about that and a couple other things. We'll bring you back out here. It may be that in quick succession, we have one attorney say we rest and the other attorney say we rest, and we'll go straight into closing arguments. But if Mr. Hoover has someone he's going to call on behalf of Mr. Sanders, Mr. Brown has someone he's going to call on behalf of Mr. Pittman, then we'll work through that part of the trial. And I'm not going to know that until I talk to them, but we need to talk about that outside your presence. So feel free to relax. No outside research. Still not time to talk about the case. We'll see you shortly. All right, Mr. Hoover, do you have any motions?
Yes, Your Honor, brief.
Yeah, I just put it in there.
Bad timing.
So, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Antonio Sanders, at this point, we'd like to move for a motion for a directed verdict. I'm going to group it up because a lot of them are gang acts and the rest are separate charges. So I want to discuss the separate charges first, Your Honor. In regards to count 10, which is
Murder?
yes, I just want to make sure I'm reading it all. Yes, which is the murder of Mr. Denny by shooting with a firearm. Count 11, which is the felony murder charge in regards to count 13, which is an aggravated assault, which again deals with the shooting of Mr. Denny with the firearm. Count 12, felony murder in regard to hijacking a motor vehicle, which is count 14, again by shooting Mr. Denny with a firearm. Count 13, which is the aggravated assault, again by shooting Mr. Denny with a firearm. Count 14, hijacking a motor vehicle, and count 15, the possession of firearm by during commission of a felony. We're making the position that the state has not proven, the state hasn't shown enough evidence for it to even go to the jury for the determination. And I say that, Your Honor, because based off of the evidence that we have, a weapon was recovered from Mr. Sanders literally the next day. That weapon was tested. It did not go to the Gwinnett shooting, which doesn't deal with Mr. Denny, but specifically, there's nothing within the ballistics evidence the state presented that ties him to, or ties that weapon to the specific shooting of Mr. Denny. No shell casings that tied it to him. Obviously, they didn't get the bullet from Mr. Denny because it went through. They didn't pull anything out of a wall, anything out of cement, anything out of, I mean, even the boxes didn't have shell cases that went to that weapon. On top of that, Your Honor, we know Mr. Denny's vehicle was taken, driven somewhere, and items were literally picked up and discarded into a parking lot. They swabbed Mr. Sanders, the inside of his mouth for a buccal swab, tested against the evidence there. And again, none of his evidence, or nothing came back that he actually put his mouth on, he actually had possession of, he actually used it all. Furthermore, which is the most important piece of evidence, Your Honor, the testimony in regards to the shooting, in regards to the goodwill, in regards to Mr. Sanders' cell phone and GPS, is that he was never within 95 yards of the goodwill during the shooting. What we do have is between 3:30 and 3:30 a.m. and 3:36 a.m., which we know is when the time of the shooting, Mr. Sanders, at a minimum, was 95 feet away in two different two different apartment complexes. At no time did it put him anywhere remotely close to the shooting. At no time does it put him as the shooter. We know from how his phone finally detected the Cadillac, that was, I believe, it detected it 3 hours later and then actually synced to it 6 hours later. He wasn't even in the parking lot close enough to have that car detected, Your Honor. He clearly was not the shooter. He was too far. He clearly was, there's no evidence that suggested he got into that car and drove off. What the evidence suggests is that at a minimum, he was a football field away. Now I know the state's gonna talk about, well, they don't have to prove that he's actually the shooter because there's this whole conspiracy thing. From the best of my knowledge, Your Honor, they've proven that there may have been an agreement between Mr. Sanders and an unknown amount of people to break into cars, to look into cars. That's not why we're here. At the point where the state has to give show some type of evidence that Mr. Sanders either played a role in the actual shooting or at least played a role in what they try to call the conspiracy. Simply because he's out with a group of people, I know the court's aware of the case law, just simply because he's out with a group of people doesn't mean that he's guilty of parties to a crime simply because he's with them. We're going to talk about mere presence with the jury. If it gets that far, we talk about mere association. At the point where the state can't even say at this point that his car was the quote unquote lookout car because it was a football field away in an apartment complex. There's no rationale to show that how are you a lookout when you can't see if your apartment, I mean, if you're so far away and if you're in an apartment complex. Again, I believe from the evidence that the state as I've presented, if they wanted to charge this as breaking into vehicles in multiple places, I believe they have laid the foundation for that, at least to get it to the jury. But at the point where there is no direct or circumstantial evidence that Mr. Sanders, A, took part in the shooting, B, knew about the shooting, or C, helped to conceal it afterwards, I believe that's where we get to the point to where they fail on these first counts. There are a couple of cases I would like to quote for the court as well. In Ratana v. State, Ratana v. State, that's 297 Georgia App 747, a 2009 case. This is a case dealing with teenagers that basically go to this cul-de-sac to where they hang out all the time. The driver brought his friend to the cul-de-sac. The friend and somebody else get into a fight over a girl. The victim takes off running, friend runs after him. They run behind the apartment complex, friend shoots him, ultimately kills him, gets back in the car with Ratana. Ratana knows that his friend had an argument with the victim. Ratana knows that a shooting happened, and he still drove his friend away. Here, the court said the rule they had, a common criminal intent must be proven to establish that one is parties to a crime. Here they determined even if Ratana knew all of that happened and he still drove his friend away, his actions weren't parties to a crime of that murder. Again, if you look at the conduct leading up to it, he had nothing to do with the friend bringing a gun, having an argument, doing anything like that. All he did was arrive and leave with it. I believe that's similar circumstances to what we have here. Even if the state wants to say and the court believes that two vehicles were riding in tandem, Mr. Sanders' vehicle never did anything to, let me back up. Even if you want to say they were riding in tandem, at the point where Mr. Sanders was a football field away, something happens all the way over here, and then they both leave in tandem together again. I still don't believe that that's enough to show that he was parties to a crime of knowing what was going to happen, why it was going to happen, and the ultimate action that actually did happen to take Mr. Denny's life. Another case I would like to present to the court is Brown v. State. That's 250 Georgia 862. It's a 1983 case. And in this case, basically two brothers went to a party, got into a fight, decided to go home. Fred, one brother, loaded a shotgun. He and his brother got back into their truck, drove back to the party to confront whoever they had an issue with before. During the ride over there, Edward pointed the shotgun at people that were actually leaving the party, and then Fred ultimately shot the victim, killed him, both brothers left. Even here, the court determined there was no direct evidence of any kind that Edward intended the outcome which occurred. The mere fact that he participated in the act of bringing the shotgun and shells along does not constructively supply any intent to shoot the victim. So in that case, not only did he leave the scene, take part in getting the weapon, get back in the car, go back to the scene, point the weapon at somebody, and then ultimately give it to his brother who actually killed someone. Even then, the court said that his actions alone, without more, doesn't show that he was parties to a crime of that murder. And again, here, even if the court believes that the two vehicles were moving in tandem, even if the court believes there's no evidence to suggest that Mr. Sanders had a weapon at all that night, but even if the court believes he had one, had nothing to do with the weapon that actually was fired at Gwinnett County or that was fired and that killed Mr. Denny. With that said, I just believe there isn't enough evidence for those counts to go to the jury. Now, base that off of the gang charges. All of the gang charges are basically premised on the murder, the ag assault, the hijacking, and the possession of firearm. If the state doesn't get to that part, then there's no way for them to get to the gang act anyway, because the criminal gang activity would have to be one of those underlying felonies. So without beating a dead horse too much, Your Honor, I don't believe the state has presented enough evidence. There's definitely no direct evidence that Mr. Sanders had anything to do with the shooting or the stealing of the vehicle immediately after the shooting. At best, they have circumstantial evidence that there was a plan to break into cars. And from what I can tell, one of the vehicles, people in one of the vehicles went somewhere else, did something else that had nothing to do with what, if the state wants to say it's a conspiracy, what the actual plan was. And that was to look into cars. And that's what, at best, they've proven that Mr. Sanders was a part of. For those reasons, we're asking to grant the motion for directed verdict.
All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, on behalf of Mr. Pittman, I make a motion for directed verdict. There is no direct evidence in this case against my client, Mr. Pittman. No eyewitness, no video. The state's case is 100% circumstantial. And the circumstances that the state is relying on is cell phone pings. And as per
FBI Special Agent Bilson, the state can't even place Mr. Pittman at the location, at the scene of the murder. The state, at best, the state can bring Mr. Pittman's cell phone some undetermined distance from the location of the murder. Beyond cell phone pings, the state is relying heavily on my client's Instagram account, which in and of itself, the account, nothing about the account is illegal. The state is hoping that the jury would what the state often like to say, use your common sense, tie the Instagram account to the cell phone ping, but that's not enough to meet the state's burden of beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I'd just like to go through each charge. I want to begin with the murder, which Your Honor knows is the intentional taking the life of another human being with malice aforethought. There's no evidence, direct or evidence circumstantial that my client took Mr. Denny's life. And regarding the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, there's no evidence that my client possessed a deadly weapon, let alone using it to bring Mr. Denny in reasonable apprehension of receiving bodily harm. There's no evidence that my client hijacked a motor vehicle. There just isn't. No witness, no DNA, no DNA evidence against my client, no fingerprint evidence against my client. The fingerprint evidence in this case is against someone who's not here, Keandre Baker. The strongest case that the state has is against Keandre Baker, and it's a mystery as to why he's not here. And the possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, as stated, there's no evidence that he was in possession of a firearm. So as my colleague stated, all the gang charges rely on those charges I just mentioned: the murder, the felony murder, the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, the hijacking of a motor vehicle, and the possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. The state can't prove those charges, and the state cannot prove the gang charges. That's why I asked this court to grant a directed verdict of not guilty.
Okay. Mr. Hiles.
Your Honor, disagree with Mr. Hoover's assertion of the evidence. I think when you look at the timeline, we know that the shooting occurred at 3:36 a.m. You give or take, seconds based off of the 911 call, the timeline of how you walk it back, of pairing the first arrival of the officer with the video and taking the time difference. So we know that the shooting occurred at 3:36. The GPS puts the defendant 3 minutes prior to the shooting, 95 yards away.
Is it not a correct statement of the GPS data that it doesn't tell us where he is during the time of the shooting? It has him very near before and near after. And if he, Mr. Sanders or Mr. Pittman, are associated with the red Cadillac or the Kia, they're also nearby courtesy of the LPRs. Nothing puts them, anyone other than Mr. Denny, in the parking lot of the Goodwill at the time, because the Goodwill camera only shows Mr. Denny putting his stuff down and basically getting shot. But that's what we've got on camera. So we don't exclude either of these two. There's just nothing that affirmatively puts them there, which is, I think, more to Mr. Brown's point that it's circumstantial, but that might get you to the jury.
Right. I mean, I think that the case is circumstantial. I've never shied away from it being circumstantial.
But I spoke for a little while that the data points from Bilson that get Mr. Sanders's phone via GPS, not phone calls, within 95 yards. It's not that at the time of the shooting, he was 95 yards away. It's actually a few minutes before that he's 95 yards away. And I think your point was, if you're in a car, you could have covered that in 3 seconds.
Yes.
And that gave ample time, even if on foot, to have made it to the Goodwill parking lot.
And that's exactly my point. And even if you look at the data points, 3 minutes prior to being 95 yards away from the shooting incident, they were over 250 yards away in another apartment complex, and they covered that distance obviously in less than 3 minutes because of the data points that you have.
Okay, that's what I remember the data to be. I would like you to tell me why I should not direct a verdict as to count 9, which alleges that Mr. Pittman and Mr. Sanders encouraged each other during the commission of at least one of the following, blah, blah, blah. I struggle to remember any evidence about encouragement.
Well, no, you see how Mr. Sanders acted afterwards, where he's telling all his slime bros to be dangerous. Okay, and then after the
that would be after, not during.
Correct.
Okay.
So, but that doesn't encourage me. Doesn't mean, hey, let's, like, they're clearly on the phone after every major shooting, and every time they go to an area in which they are breaking.
But what's the evidence that they were encouraging each other? I mean, that you can't. What beyond your speculation is that those phone calls, because I think that's all you've got, is that they're talking to each other, assuming they're the ones who have the phones. Already that specter is out there. Well, maybe it was a different gang member. I don't think you're struggling in getting this case to the jury. What happens after that is for the jury to sort out, except for count 9.
When you talk about count 9, what we heard too is the evidence from the investigator, JP Miller, how they have to work together correctly. So one person decides, I'm going to stay in the car, and one person is either asked or directed to get out and go break in. So whether or not just asking somebody like to go break into something as part of a gang activity, that is encouraged.
But what is the evidence that, let's say we take your expansive definition of encourage. The allegation is that Mr. Pittman and Mr. Sanders encouraged each other. And we don't have evidence that either of them ever stepped. Let's assume for a minute that they're in the convoy. We don't have any evidence that they ever got out, that they were the shooter, that they were present, they were associated with. Your hurdle during closing is going to be, well, they participated in, or they helped in the criminal endeavor, although I call it criminal activities in the charge now. But I don't think, other than you speculating, there's evidence that they encouraged each other.
So I think it's still, again, circumstantial. If you look at the actions of the gang every time, like, you cannot plan.
But in this case, it's not what do they do normally. In this case, what's the other than there is a pattern that what happens when gangsters do these things, crime, they encourage each other. Miller said that, but we're not trying these guys for what normally happens. We're trying them for this case. And so set aside what normally happens. What is your evidence that Pittman encouraged Sanders or Sanders encouraged Pittman? Whether encourage means go for it, brother, or it's you better get out and do this. I am encouraging you. What is there evidence of anything like that in this case?
I think you can garner from their phone calls and how they are constantly tracking each other that they are on the phone discussing where to go next. And discussing where to go next is, in fact, encouraging or planning with each other to go and commit more gang crimes.
Okay. Thank you. So Mr. Pittman and Mr. Sanders, your lawyers may have told you this already, but they have done exactly the right thing right now by making this motion for a directed verdict. Is a real tough motion to succeed on, because the standard that I have to apply is if there is any evidence, not a lot of evidence, not good evidence, but if there's any evidence that ought to get this to the jury so they decide, then I need to send it to the jury. And the default, of course, is to let the jury decide whether the state proved its case or not for a judge to decide that. And I do find that for every count except for count 9, there is some evidence that would authorize a jury to say guilty. I don't know that that's what the jury's going to do, but they could connect the dots in a way that says to them, the reasonable interpretation of your phones being where they were, what happened in Gwinnett and what happened afterward, is that you two were in on what went on. Not just present, but were actively participating. I don't know that that's what the jury's going to do, but because they could, and it would be reasonable, I'm going to let the other counts go to the jury, but I find no evidence, zero, that there was encouragement going on. And I don't mean the traditional sense of encouragement where one of you was saying to the other, I really like the way you drove that car down the street. That was really good. Let's do more of it. It's just guessing that when you guys were on the phone, you were doing something other than talking about your girlfriend. And we don't know what was in those phone calls, or if you were on the phone, or if you had handed your phone to someone else in the car, if you were even in the car. So I'm not allowed to let it go to the jury if it would be pure speculation that there was encouragement going on. So count 9, for count 9, I will direct a verdict of not guilty, but counts 1 through 8 and 10 through 15 will go to the jury at this point. I now need to talk to both of you about whether you're going to testify, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Hoover and Mr. Brown if they've got any other evidence they're going to present if you decide not to testify. And I'm going to start with you, Mr. Pittman, because we've been going alphabetically. Do you understand that you have a right to testify, and that if you want to testify, no one can prevent you from doing so? Do you understand it in the same way, no one can force you to testify? That is, you have the right to remain silent if that's what you want to do. Do you understand that you and not Mr. Brown are going to need to tell me in a couple moments whether you're going to testify or not? Do you understand that if you choose not to testify, I will be telling the jury as part of my instruction that they are to make no conclusion or inference at all, hurtful or harmful or anything, about the fact that you chose to remain silent? Do you understand that if you choose to testify, not only will you have to answer the questions from Mr. Brown, which might be the easier questions, but you have to answer questions from one of the prosecutors. You don't get to just give your version of events and say, that's it, I'm done, and sit down. But you'd have to answer all legally permissible questions from the different lawyers in this case. You understand that? All right. Understanding those things, Mr. Pittman, do you want to testify in your case? All right. I find that Mr. Pittman has made an informed and intelligent decision not to testify with a complete understanding of his rights, and I will tell the jury that they are to draw no inferences whatsoever from the fact that you chose not to testify. Mr. Sanders, same questions. Do you understand that you have an absolute right to testify if you want to do so? Do you understand that you have the reverse as well? If you do not want to testify, you want to remain silent, no one can force you to take this stand. Do you understand that? Do you understand that you're going to need to tell me in just a moment, not Mr. Hoover, but you are going to need to tell me whether you want to testify? Okay. Do you understand that if you choose not to testify, I will tell the jury that they should draw no hurtful conclusions about the fact that you decided to remain silent? Do you understand that if you choose to testify, not only do you answer Mr. Hoover's questions, which will be sort of tell me what happened next, but also one of the prosecutor's questions, which will be generally less friendly questions, but you'd have to answer all of those questions too. Do you understand that? All right. Mr. Sanders, do you want to testify in your case?
No.
Okay. I find that just like Mr. Pittman, Mr. Sanders has made a knowing, intelligent, and informed decision not to testify with a full understanding of his rights. And I will tell the jury the same thing about his decision, that they should draw no inferences from it. Mr. Hoover, do you plan on presenting any other evidence?
No, Your Honor. After speaking with Mr. Sanders, we won't. We'll just be resting.
All right. Mr. Brown, same question.
We will not be presenting any evidence, we rest.
All right. That means we're going to get into closings. Mr. Hiles, let me put up on the screen the way I have. This is not our full-blown charge conference, so don't panic. But the areas you had a question about, if we go, come on back. So there's mere presence on the screen. Can you see it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right. So I added, it used to say committed the crime or helped others to do so. But in looking at the pattern and thinking through your request, I added comma or otherwise participated in the criminal activity. That's from the pattern. It just doesn't say endeavor. It says activity.
Okay.
That work for you? I'm asking more so because you're gonna want to argue it in your closing, and I just right now want to make sure if people have concerns about the proposed charge, they don't want to present something to the jury that is going to be contradicted about the law, that's going to be contradicted by the charge I give.
Right. Yes, I do like the word endeavor.
So you can say endeavor all you want to the jury.
Cool.
Cool. How about mere association? I don't think that one changed. I don't think that was your concern. Oh, no, I added it. It's the same thing. Otherwise participate in the criminal activity. I added party to a crime. That's on the other page on the screen. I did not include item D, which is when you like overcome the person's will so that they basically aren't making a free choice to participate in the crime. That's not this case.
Well, was party to the crime, in the charges that you sent on Saturday?
No, so on the screen right now, there are two new ones that Mr. Hiles sent around to everyone on Sunday. And I said, I'll be including those. I didn't have access to the pattern then. And I was just about to send it to you and his email hit. And I thought I was done. So what is different right now, from what I sent to you on Sunday or Saturday, is that I tweaked mere presence and mere association to include otherwise participated in criminal activity. And then I added on that second page on your screen, party to a crime, which is a correct statement of the law. I'm sorry that screen's so far away from you. But it's the pattern, minus the fourth way you can prove party to a crime is, or you're not, like if you compel someone to do it against their will. I didn't put that in there. That's not this case. And then I added principal need not be prosecuted, also a pattern charge that says it's okay that Keandre Brown's not being prosecuted. And that's what this is shorthand for. Okay. Mr. Hiles, are you otherwise okay? We'll go through the charge with a finer comb, but are you able to do your closing, your part of the closing today, knowing that the final charge is going to look more or less like what I sent over the weekend plus those changes?
Yes, I will, as long, so I did ask for the non-pattern charge. It's the same non-pattern charge that was used in this courtroom in the Jason Paul case. And I do, when I argue malice, intend on using the language of the implied malice being the reckless and abandoned part being a reckless disregard for human life.
Mhm.
And so I would request that charge, but I also want to make sure that I'm within my bounds, even if you're not going to give it to argue that.
Sure. You won't, I hope it's not objected to. If it is, it'll be overruled if you bring that up. I'm not currently planning on including that, but we can have a discussion about it. See whether I do include it. All right. Mr. Hoover, will likely get to your closing today. Did you have, in reading through the charge this weekend, anything that made you uncomfortable about your ability to give your closing? Again, we'll have a charge conference where you can say, I object to, you're waiving nothing right now. It's just, I don't want something you say to the jury about what the law will be to be in discord with this, unless we have a conversation about it in advance.
Nothing that I was objecting to. I just have, based off of the motion for directed verdict.
I'm going to take out one thing in there about encouraging, but that I'll remove that. I'm going to highlight it and strike it through before I send this back to you all.
And that was it.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Brown, anything about the jury charge?
No.
Okay, great. Then my proposal is this. I'm going to give you a couple minutes to get set up, drink a little water, whatever you need to do. Are you going to open and close? Because I don't need to give you any time. I need to give one of these guys a little time if you're just closing.
I'm going to do an open and then a close at the end.
Okay, so you're up first. How much time do you need to get ready?
I've got this, my PowerPoint up and ready to go. I just need to use the restroom.
Okay, yes, you can do that. Mr. Brown?
I was thinking that since the defense didn't put up any evidence that we meant to open and close. Maybe I'm mistaken.
They're opening and closing.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen anymore.
That must have been a long time.
That's all right. But it used to be, I remember playing this cat and mouse game with Wayne Melnick of the public defender's office, and he's like, I didn't enter anything. Oh, but you did enter an exhibit to cross-examine someone. Oh, but that doesn't count. But the state with the burden now opens and closes. So
Laws always changing.
it is. So we'll take a quick break for people to use the restroom. Have you all decided who's going to go first? You can sort it out. I just don't want to call the wrong person. So talk about it during this 4-minute Mr. Hiles restroom break we're going to take. Okay.
Before
Before you go, Mr. Why don't you go, because Ms. Olivier is right there.
And just, maybe we'll discuss it later, but the party to a crime charge is in there now. I don't want you to take out C at all. I want to keep it in there.
C or D? C is staying in. There was a D that you don't see.
Okay, so the D I'm fine with. I'm just making sure, based off of the motion for directed verdict, I would like to make sure C stays in there.
Oh, it will.
Okay.
It will. No, that was a specific, that crime requires encouragement.
Yeah.
That's one way to violate the Street Gang Terrorism and Violence Prevention Act. And I made my ruling, but this is different. You could be advising so no, that stays in. The D that you don't see there had to do with someone being under an impairment or something, and that wasn't this case.
That was my confusion.
Okay.
And since this is my first trial with you, how are you going to address to the jury that now count 9 is no longer there for them to consider?
So it's a good question. What I'll probably do is before closing say, as a result of some of our discussions, count 9 has been withdrawn from your consideration. Obviously, there won't be anything on the verdict form about count 9. I'm not going to redact it from the indictment. It's there. I don't think it's harmful for anyone to have it stay in there because it won't be on the verdict form. We don't run the risk of them doing something with it. But my thought is to just tell them when they come sit down, one of the things that we worked through is that count 9 is no longer before you for your consideration. Does that work for you?
It does.
Okay, Mr. Brown?
So they will get a copy of the indictment.
They will get the one that your client signed will go back for their consideration.
And could we just strike through count 9, draw a line through it?
We can talk about it, but I'll tell that at least they'll be put on notice now. But again, the verdict form isn't going to have a space for any verdict on count 9. It'll say 8 and then 10.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Hiles?
If they're not considering it, I'd like to redact the indictment, take it out.
Well, it happened in the middle of the trial as opposed to before trial. We were bifurcating it, taking out a felon count or something like that. So I'm not quite sure. I read them 15 counts. If someone took notes, then we'll get a question like, what happened to count 9? And there'll be a count 9. What happened to count 15? So I think the more prudent course is for me to tell them when they come back, count 9 is no longer for your consider. They may think people pled to it. They may think it was dismissed. Why it's gone doesn't matter. And the same reason why Mr. Brown's not here. Doesn't matter. He's not here. That's what I'm going to tell them. So we just won't have a space on the verdict form for count 9.
All right, sounds good.
All right. So you're back. Mr. Pittman, Mr. Sanders, either you need a break right now? Okay, let's take a quick break until they come back.
How long do you think your opening is going to be?
I know, but.
True. Less than an hour. Just under. What's that, 3:41? Hour and 15. Okay. This isn't gonna be the typical 2-hour for me, so I was trying to see will we have time for both of us to finish. May stay a little past 5, but yeah. Okay.
You go first.
Grace, do you want us to give you a heads up when you're like 30 minutes? I can mark
I
up
think so.
Yeah, mine's gonna be.
45 on your first one.
I'm not gonna get it.
It's pretty much
So
what I
maybe I
said just
should
now.
worry
Why we just embellish it.
Okay. And then I'll do 45.
Just zero in.
Okay. I will go first.
You going first?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Not at all. Agree. More than so than I did.
Either way, when we're done, he's buying the first round.
You're gonna make a new guy that just graduated law school with all that money to pay back by the first.
It's called rookie initiation, am I wrong?
I remember that.
Who cleans the
Oh, yeah.
patrol cars? The rookie? Who does all the new person?
Who does the sit down? The new person you get to babysit the sheet off for $3. Usually the Yes, I get. Well, Betty, looks like we're gonna have to reschedule for tomorrow.
What's tomorrow?
So we were supposed to meet on a case, on a couple cases.
I figured that on Friday.
Yeah, so why don't we shoot for maybe like this Friday, maybe?
Yeah.
Are you good for this Friday?
Yeah, Friday will work.
Let's see.
I don't even want to guess how long the jury's gonna be gone, so Friday.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be
Yeah.
able, yeah, no way.
Yeah.
I would be very shocked.
Yeah.
But I think Friday, let me see what my calendar looks like for Friday. Friday would be the 12th, right?
Yeah.
12th? Okay. So I have court in the morning, but I could do. Hold on. Why does this say canceled? Actually, it looks like I can do Friday morning, because it looks like my court was canceled for Friday. So you wanna do like 10?
10 works, yes.
Alright.
And Zoom could work as well, too, for the same purpose.
Well, I mean, if you don't need to meet in person, we can always just do a phone call.
The phone call?
Yeah.
Or maybe you got that.
It's up to you.
That works.
That's fine with me.
I'm trying to think, there's anything I may have to show you. There may
Okay, well,
be-
just
there-
come
yeah,
over.
Yeah, I'll come. There's some things I have to show you.
Okay.
My name's not Rachel.
What, like some mitigating stuff?
Yeah,
Okay. How old's your guy? I forget.
I
Isn't he
have-
like early 20s?
yeah, both of them are, well, render is mid
No.
26, but.
Yeah,
stretch
render.
is- yeah.
I'm thinking about scratches. Yeah, okay.
And I'm happy to know the child didn't die in the render.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised it didn't happen, so.
Thank goodness he didn't.
Right.
Well, in the two cases, I mean, we had two kids.
Yeah.
One in scratchings too,
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
car. I
scratchings.
think he was like 8, right?
But yeah,
But you're talking about the baby.
but they actually was, well, that, most situations are bad, now I think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 8-year-old in scratches, he was by the Mercy God not hit it off.
Yeah, or hit by a car when he got out of Miami, right?
That's good, you know, God has his hand covered on the child.
Mm-hmm.
But for the other one to survive, actually gunshot, that was, I couldn't see.
To the head at that, right?
Yeah.
What is this?
That's when a lot of people.
All right, so I'm gonna send you an update to the 12th
So.
at 10.
Back in the day, we got called. We had it. She jumps back. I swear to God.
All right.
She slides. She went into the radio.
La 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 la.
I'm like, did you go?
I was supposed to catch the Soul Clips today.
I have to catch it replay.
Yeah, I have to see the
Or the precursor to. She wouldn't answer the patient. Oh, you missed it downstairs this morning.
Who's in Judy?
Guess who?
Yeah.
Can you see if Deputy Gordon is back there? Thanks. No? Can we get these guys? Yes, it's kind of dim. It looks almost like it's smoggy, except that it's clear out. It's weird. It's like someone has a sunglasses lens over the sun because it's kind of like a brownish. I did not look up. Yeah.
Is Is it different from like the one in 2017?
No, it was less dark. The one 2017, I think, got closer to us. I do remember that one. Because I was out at lunch and then someone handed me one where you could look up at it. But it's a similar, like I said, it's sort of like someone sort of waving their hand in front of it's a little dim. We got everyone we need. Mr. Hiles, you ready? Mr. Hoover?
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't need to move that. That's for your part two?
That's good for part two. So
Okay.
I just need to-
You're welcome to leave it right there. The jury will have trouble seeing it there.
No, I'm gonna leave it here because I don't want to interrupt the flow.
Good.
there for-
You shouldn't.
And then I just, like I said this morning, just maybe 10 minutes to move it for my last.
All right, 10 minutes. That's a long move.
Just a quick.
If you can get 95 yards from that apartment complex you can get that in there. Let's bring the jurors in, please.
It's gotta move it. I have to unplug it and then reboot it.
Okay.
I gotta shut it down the right way. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, to the jury. I'll do the further counsel.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. We worked through a bunch of things, but it is time to pivot now. And let me start with Mr. Hoover. Mr. Hoover, will you call your first witness, please?
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Sanders, the defense rests.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Brown, if you'd call your first witness.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Pittman, the defense rests.
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is officially closed. The defendants have decided not to present any evidence beyond whatever they shared through cross-examination of witnesses, et cetera. I also want to tell you that count 9 of the indictment has been removed from your consideration. You'll get the indictment, so you have it right here, but the verdict form will not include a count 9. That is not a matter before you anymore. It was an allegation that the two defendants encouraged each other in violation of the Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act. But count 9 is no longer before you. Counts 1 through 8 and 10 through 15 remain for your consideration. And there are 2 phases left before you begin your deliberation. One is closing arguments or summations from the lawyers. This is an opportunity for each of the 3 parties, if you will, the state, Sanders, and Pittman, to share with you what they think the evidence has proven or failed to prove. What the lawyers tell you is an effort to persuade you, but remember, it's not evidence. This is advocacy for finding guilt or finding not guilt. And that's what the lawyers are going to do. Because the state has the burden of proof, they have the ability to open and close in this closing. So Mr. Hiles has told me the state plans to do both. In a moment, he's going to get up and talk to you a bit about the state's closing argument. He will then sit down, and I think Mr. Hoover's going first. For Mr. Sanders, he'll be given a chance to provide a summation of what he thinks the evidence has shown or failed to show. Then Mr. Brown will get to go, and then we'll be back to Mr. Hiles. I don't think we'll get through all of this today. We'll be stopping around 5. I will not interrupt anyone in giving their closing, but they know what time it is and what they think they'll fit in. But I don't think we'll get part 1 of state plus the 2 defense closings plus part 2 of state today. And we'll pick up with the rest tomorrow. And then I'll give you the charge, the law that you have to apply to the case. That'll be shorter than the closings. And then you'll begin your deliberations. Okay? With that, Mr. Hiles.
Beginning of this case, I told you the gangs, guns, and greed led to the murder of Mr. Lawrence King at the hands of Leandre Pittman and Antonio Sanders. Now, at this point, it is gangs, guns, greed, guilty. Let's split this close up into 2 different parts. This first part, where I'm standing up, I'm going to talk about just the application of the law, what it is you are to consider, what it is you are not to consider, and then I'll discuss briefly the elements of each charge as it is alleged on the indictment. And I'll sit down, the defense will say their piece, and when I come back is when I'm going to apply the facts, the evidence that we have to my reasoning as to guilt. So October 20th, 2020, what we have is a continued pattern of striking from who we know to be Leandre Pittman and Antonio Sanders as members of Slime 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew. We know this from the cell phone records and the GPS records. Paired together, what they show is that the 2 cars, one being a Kia K5 and another, most likely an Acura, traveled up Gwinnett to commit entering autos, and being interrupted, began shooting. Those same individuals who we know to be Leandre Pittman and Antonio Sanders, at least 2 of the individuals. There are definitely others that we do not know who they are. And I don't want that to get in the way of the applicant hiding. But those same individuals came down and carried that same pattern, and when interrupted another time, fired, causing the death of Lawrence King to the wall. Let's talk about what it is, the burden. I have the burden of proof. It is beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not a mathematical certainty. It is not beyond all doubt. What the judge is going to tell you is that a reasonable doubt is exactly that. It is the doubt of a fair-minded and impartial juror honestly seeking truth. You are not to seek doubt. Instead, you are to seek the truth. You are looking for the truth behind it. You have a duty to follow the law as it is charged to you by the judge. When it's your turn to deliberate, you will get to apply that law to the evidence that we're going to discuss and that you've seen over the course of the last week. I know a lot of it has seemed tedious and a lot of the evidence irrelevant, but I needed to give you a full picture of what happened so you can see what was done, what was not done, and then use everything you have to make your decision. So, what does a juror do? Well, what you're not supposed to consider are things that is outside of this circle. You don't consider passions. You don't consider public opinion. You don't consider the fact that you're just merely unhappy with police. Even if there's things you wish the police had done, that's not a consideration. You consider what the facts are. You don't think about public sentiment. You're even getting an instruction that you are not to consider any sympathy that you have for these defendants. Even if you disagree with the law, you still have a duty to follow that law. Very much so, you are not to put any prejudices that you may have. You need to push those aside and be fair and impartial. As well as penalty and punishment, you are only to decide either the guilt or not guilt. Those are your decisions. Punishment is not something you should take into consideration when making those decisions, and you will be given that instruction by the judge. What you do consider, any statements that have come in, statements from expert testimony, you can use your common senses. I'm not telling you to throw away your common life experiences. I want you to draw upon those, and then draw upon those of your fellow jurors in making your decision. Here's a look at the evidence, look at the location of the incidents, look at the elements of the crimes, ballistics, and very much so, one of the most important things in this case is the GPS and cell site location information. That is the most important thing to consider when thinking of your deliberation. And then pair that with what you know about the gang and how the gang acts, how they work together, and how they build off one another for their pattern of criminal activity. So, as these defendants sit before you today, or when they started this, they were given the presumption of innocence. The defendant enters upon trial of the case with a presumption of innocence in his favor. This presumption remains with the defendant until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense that is charged. All right, the burden of proof. The burden of proof is on the state. The state has to prove every material element of the indictment and every essential element of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. No burden lies on the defense. There is no burden of proof on the defendant whatsoever. Then the burden never shifts to the defendant to introduce evidence or to prove their innocence. It's solely on me. So, as I mentioned previously, state's not required to prove guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt or to a mathematical certainty. The reasonable doubt, again, as I just said, is the doubt of a fair-minded and impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. Look at instructions that it is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. That's why I'm asking you all to draw from your own senses, your own experiences in the world. It is not a vague or arbitrary doubt, but it is a doubt for which a reason can be given arising from a consideration of evidence, a lack of evidence, or conflict in the evidence. So there's two different types of evidence. You have direct evidence and you have circumstantial evidence. And the law assigns no greater value for one or the other. Direct evidence and circumstantial evidence is given the same value by the law. Okay, one of the, analogies that's often used for circumstantial evidence is the filling up of the gas tank. When you go and fill up your car, you'll put the nozzle on the car. Oftentimes you'll just leave the handle depressed and step away. You will run quickly these days. And once you hear the snap of the handle, you'll remove the handle, put it back. And once you start your car, you will see the needle move from empty to full. Now, you didn't physically see the gas go into your tank. You didn't see what was going through that hose, but when you started, prior to filling up, you were on E. Afterwards, you're full. You're able to move your car for another 300-400 miles, whatever it is that your car is moving on. Now, direct evidence. Direct evidence may be seen, heard, or otherwise directly sensed, such as by a smell or taste or touch. It is evidence that points immediately to the issue in question. It may be brought into the court in the form of exhibits, testimony of direct witnesses to such matters, or the sound, sounds of gunshots of wounds, or witness statements. Circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts or circumstances by direct evidence. You're using things that you know for sure that were seen to fill in the blanks, from which you may infer other related or connected facts that are reasonable and justified in light of your experience. This case is heavily reliant upon circumstantial evidence. There is no other way to classify it. But what is the circumstantial evidence that we have? We have phone records at every major scene. Antonio Sanders, we have his GPS record, so we can track exactly where he moves. When you compare that with the cell site location information that you got from DeAndre Pittman's phone records, well, they track perfectly together. It's a corroborating piece of evidence, two corroborating pieces of evidence that corroborate each other. Then you have the videos from Gwinnett that show that there are two cars in concert together, as well as you have the videos of the two cars that were on the Gwinnett scene getting onto the highway, followed closely by the victim's stolen Cadillac. Now, you can further corroborate the location information by your license plate reader's hits. And when all of these pieces of information corroborate each other, and you can tie the phones to DeAndre Pittman and Antonio Sanders, you can say beyond reasonable doubt that they were on those locations at that time. We've heard a lot about there wasn't DNA. We don't know where Keandre Baker is. We don't know who the other members of that car were. But this case is not about them. It's about the two individuals that we can prove beyond reasonable doubt that were part of this in every step along the way. You start looking at the conversations on Instagram to keep corroborating the cell phone records. It's not a coincidence that these individuals are between the hours of 1:30 a.m. to 5 a.m. when the tags are stolen, are driving all around the city at hours most of us were asleep. That could be a coincidence, except you put in the fact that every major location they go to, there is either an entering auto, an aggravated assault, there's also a homicide, and then what is taken from those locations that we know they were is all found at the places we know that are frequented by these individuals in this particular game. We start filling in the gaps, basing the evidence, corroborating the evidence off of itself. Again, another analogy for circumstantial evidence is you go to sleep, there's no snow on the ground, you wake up, city's covered with snow, you slept through the actual snowfall, but you can infer that as you were asleep, it snowed at night. Right? Jurors, one of your other duties is to determine the credibility of all of the witnesses that you heard from. That's your job. Their credibility, their believability, however, you characterize each witness. What weight do you give to them? It's on you. But there was nothing from any of these witnesses that suggested, one, that they didn't know that they were what they were talking about, or two, that they were lying. I did not see anybody that got up there that I would question the truthfulness or the veracity of what they were saying. Now, there might have been some officers that got up there that I wish they would have done X, Y, and Z. Not going to stray away from that. I would have loved to have filled in some of the blanks. But once you get beyond a reasonable doubt, you don't need additional information to keep you going. Once you cross that line, you look at this line, once you cross the line of reasonable doubt, because you don't have additional information, doesn't set you back on the other side of that line. Other things to think of is the witness's manner of testifying, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify to, the nature of the facts about which they are testifying to. And I really, when you go to the nature of the facts about which they're testifying to, a lot of this information is coming from people who are experts in the field at which they testify to. They have had a long time to study, learn, and apply the knowledge that was conveyed to you. You can consider the probability or improbability of their testimony. But again, these experts, these especially the location information, it's not improbable that these phones are where they are when they say they are. I know we've heard a lot about no DNA evidence, but consider this: we live in a digital age. Everything we do leaves a digital footprint, especially these generation that was born, after the year 1995. They themselves have crafted a digital DNA footprint. People born after 95, their phones are a part of it. They don't leave their side. Think about it. So you can draw from what they tell you and your own common senses about how the world is now and how certain generational demographics act, especially when it comes to cell phones that are their identity. All right. Now, this party to a crime and conspiracy are the most important aspects in proving the guilt of the crimes alleged by the state against Sanders and Pittman. So what does party to a crime mean? Well, party to a crime, a person is a party to a crime only if that person directly commits the crime or intentionally helps in the commission of the crime, or intentionally advises, encourages, hires, counsels, procures another to commit the crime. So looking at intentionally help, well, what you know is this spree, this pattern of striking that started in the early hours of October 20th, 2020, it started in Gwinnett County. It started at the Aranda Inn. Who was present? Well, Antonio Sanders, his phone was present on scene. Can't get around that. His GPS coordinates put him on scene for this particular incident. Then you move to the shooting that happens when they're interrupted. And as the individuals flee, you see a phone call between Leandre Pittman, and Antonio Sanders. That phone tracked together all the way from Gwinnett down to the Buckhead area, where for a matter of a couple hours, the cars bounced from neighborhood to neighborhood, which I would argue, if you look at those plots on that map, they're bouncing from neighborhood to neighborhood, where it is more than likely that the social demographics of the people that live in that neighborhood would have valuables in their car. There's a reason that they select the neighborhoods that they go to. Or there's a reason to go to a hotel, knowing that most of the people that are living there are in some sort of transient state, not necessarily homeless, but traveling, and then there's a higher likelihood that there would be additional contents of value in their car, also in a close proximity to other cars where they can strike quickly. I mean, you saw the videos of how quickly they were able to pop the bottom of a window, peel it out, and then move on. All right, think of party to a crime in a sports aspect. I'm sorry if some of you aren't of the athletic variety, but what you see top left corner is Tom Brady in the middle of a play. Now, while Tom Brady's throwing the football, there's about 73 other people who were on the sidelines, who were all part of that particular football team. Now, some of those people that are on the sidelines might play a small role. They might be positional players. They might rotate. While there are many folks who are on that team that are not going to see the actual playing field at all. They're not going to be on the field at all, but they do play a role. Their role might be in practice. Their role might be to help prep the other teams. But when someone wins a championship, everybody on that team that played a role gets a ring. Same way in this sense. Every person who participates or encourages to participate in these crimes is guilty of the crimes that were foreseeable from those actions. Right hand side is Kobe Bryant and his teammates on the bench. Same analogy applies. All right. What is a conspiracy? Well, the existence of a conspiracy may be established by proof of acts and conduct, as well as by proof of an express agreement. The conspiracy is when persons associate themselves in an unlawful enterprise, and any act done by any party to the conspiracy to further the unlawful enterprise is considered to be an act of all conspirators. However, each person is responsible for the acts of others only insofar as such acts are naturally or necessarily done to further the conspiracy. So, what this is saying is that, the conspiracy has to be an agreement to commit unlawful acts. And you're very rarely going to get that evidence that says, point A to point B, hey, this is what we're going to do, here's the plan, spelled out in front of you. So you look at what happened during the crimes, what happened before the crimes, and then what happens after the crimes, the actions of those involved, to determine whether there was some sort of plan to go out and commit the crimes as alleged. Elements of a conspiracy. When one or more other persons conspire to commit any crime, any one or more of such persons does any overt act to bring about the object of the conspiracy. So what we have in this case is clearly a conspiracy to go about and break into cars and steal their contents and steal cars as well. So you might ask, well, how does the shooting how is that an act to further the conspiracy? Well, in the patterns that you see and that you've heard about, every time this gang is interrupted, they fire back. They shoot back at the people that interrupted. That is their way to get away. That furthers their interest. It allows them to escape, and it allows them to continue committing the crimes that have been alleged in this indictment, and continue the crimes that they wanted, that they sought out to commit in the first place. You know, it is, if you look at the evidence in this case, it's very obvious that every party knew that these entering autos had potential to bring about a shooting, and that was the pattern. I'm going to touch on it more in my second close, but remember when Officer Manson got up here and was telling us about their friend KC? You saw all the pictures that said "Long live KC." You also heard that KC got into a shootout just a month prior to these incidents that occurred on October 20th. And that he got into a shootout with the owner of a vehicle that he was attempting to steal. And the individuals of this gang, Leandre Pittman and Antonio Sanders, both posted tributes to him, knowing full well what happened to him and how it came out. So all of these actions are absolutely foreseeable as it applies to the conspiracy at hand. It is known to the members of this gang that they are put in a pinch. If they are about to get caught, they respond with violence, they respond with shooting. So, conspiracy. Presence, companionship, and conduct before and after the commission of the alleged offense may be considered by you in determining whether or not such circumstances, if any, give rise to an inference of the existence of the conspiracy. Just been talking about that. What happened before, a month before this happened, KC, a fellow gang member, was killed trying to steal a car, got in a shootout. The gang decided to continue this pattern. On October 20th, the gangs interrupted. Leandre Pittman and Antonio Sanders, who we know were there, are part of the gangs that gets interrupted. They're present, and they shoot. Fast forward a couple hours, same thing happens when they try to steal Lawrence Giddings' Cadillac. They're interrupted, but this time they shoot and they kill Lawrence Giddings. What happens afterwards? Well, Leandre Pittman is discussing this with Keandre Baker and at least two other members who were named to be with Keandre Baker. And what does Pittman say afterwards? He says that Cadillac got blitzed last night, and he follows up with bra from last night died. Additionally, all of the proceeds that are taken are either found at Camelot Apartments or 3200 Stone Road, where in the Instagram record you discussed, the license plate was stolen, and then another car is referenced as being stashed at that location in the same conversation between Pittman and Keandre Baker. Now, other involved parties. It is no secret that Keandre Baker was not charged in this indictment. It doesn't matter. This is the charge that says it doesn't matter who was or wasn't charged, so long as the individuals who charge are part of the conspiracy and guilty of the crimes alleged. Any party to the crime who did not directly commit the crime may be prosecuted for the commission of the crime upon proof that the crime was committed and that the person was a party to it, which is what we have in the instant case. Even if the person alleged to have directly committed the crime has not been prosecuted or convicted, has been convicted of a different crime or degree of crime, is not amenable to justice, or has been acquitted. So what it says is, in summary of this particular charge, you're not to consider the lack of charges against somebody else who we know is involved. You're only to consider the guilt of these two individuals as they are charged. The law looks at being a part of a conspiracy, a party to a crime. Everybody is guilty for the actions of all, so long as those actions are foreseeable. Intent. Intent is purposely doing an act. Intent can be inferred from the proven facts and circumstances or by acts and conduct of the party. Intent may also be inferred when it is the natural and necessary consequence of the act. So where does that come into play? Well, that comes into play with murder, okay? So we have charged or aggravated assault, murder. We've charged the defendants both with the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for shooting at Lawrence Denny, and the murder for those same set of actions. Well, how do you prove intent to kill? Well, it's the natural consequences of your actions. It's not a fair argument to say up there, well, I shot at that person, but I didn't intend to kill them. If you intended to shoot at them, then you intended to kill them, because it is the natural consequences of your actions that follows. It is the intent to pull the trigger. And what happens is the natural consequences of that intent to pull the trigger, death. Well, there's your intent. You may find intent in words, conduct, demeanor, motive, and other circumstances connected with the act related to the shooting. Here, the intent to shoot, the intent to kill, it comes from the intent to get away, not get caught. All right, let's consider the conduct before. All right, so before this, there's a pattern of breaking the cars with the phones tracking together. Every time they're interrupted, this group opens fire, and then Pittman and Sanders and the other unidentified parties flee together, track the same through the city. Look at the conduct. During the crimes, phones are tracking together. Denny interrupts the theft. Shots immediately fired again. Denny is killed, and just like last time, fleeing the scene, phone calls to each other, and all parties flee together. This time, when they're fleeing the scene, you get license plate reads from the Kia, and you get license plate reads from Denny's Cadillac that track perfectly with the GPS records as well as the cell site location information that you have been provided. Afterwards, again, as they continue to bounce around the city, their records track together. Then, in an attempt to cover up what had just happened, they go and steal a license plate. Antonio Sanders, his phone put him on that scene for over 40 minutes where the license plate was stolen. He is there, not moving. And what you see at this point is you see a phone call from Keandre Baker, who we know is driving that stolen Challenger. And in that, Keandre Baker shows up and meets Sanders on the scene. He helps him steal the license plate. Now, everyone keeps asking why Keandre Baker's not charged. Well, what it comes down to is there is no concrete evidence putting Keandre Baker on the murder scene. And what happened in Gwinnett, I know he was there, but I don't have jurisdiction. What happened in Gwinnett is charged in Gwinnett. It's evidence of the pattern, the criminal pattern of activity. Yeah, criminal activity pattern, but I can't charge him for crimes he committed in Gwinnett County. Murders, it's a high bar, it's a serious, serious allegation. And just after the murder, when Baker shows up in a car that we know wasn't involved with the murder itself, in a cell site, with a cell site location, though it's moving towards Sanders, that is from an area that was not associated with any of the other crime scenes. It's a lot. Intent is an essential element of any crime and must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. The criminal intent is not the intent to violate the law, but means simply the intent to commit the act that is prohibited. All right, here's the charges that we have. Counts 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all 5 and 6. Counts 1 through 6. They're all violations of the Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act, subsection A. What that means is the individuals in furtherance of the gang committed criminal street gang activity. We're good. And then count 7 is violation of Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act subsection B. What subsection B means is that defendants committed criminal street gang activity with the intent to either maintain or increase their status in the gang. And count 8, violation of Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act subsection C. What that means is that the proceeds that the defendants were in possession of, the Cadillac, as charged in this case, was obtained through criminal street gang activity. All right, count 10 is malice murder. Count 11 is sorry. It should be, I think my numbering got mixed up a little bit when I took out count 9. It might have messed up. The count 11 and 12 should both be felony murder. Felony murder means that a death occurred during the commission of a felony. In this case, the 2 felonies are hijacking a motor vehicle, which is taking a motor vehicle from a person with a weapon, a firearm. It's a deadly weapon, with death destruction by means of force or intimidation. And then possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony is exactly what that sounds like. Now, again, I don't know which firearm killed Lawrence Denny, but what I do know is that he was killed by a firearm by members that were moving in these cars together. Like I said, like any other charge, this is part of the conspiracy aspect. Any member that used that firearm to further the conspiracy, the other parties are guilty, even though that firearm might not have been in their hand. All right, so elements of criminal street gang activity. You have a member or associate of a gang. The state does not have to prove membership, but I think we proved that beyond a reasonable doubt. We just have to prove that they were associated with the gang. Participate in gang activity, and then while breaking the law. So, all right, the existence of a criminal street gang. 3 or more parties associated in fact. We know that 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew has a minimum of 25 members. That was the amount of members that Detective Manson said she had personally documented. And you can see from those photographs, and just by the individuals that we talked about, that there are more than 3 members of 5275 Slime Gang. Now, we have to prove that they are associated with, not necessarily members of, associate or members of. Then the defendants participated in the charged criminal offenses. What is a nexus? The nexus means a benefit to the gang. In the testimony that you heard today, the theory that is presented throughout this case is that the gang steals cars and stashes those cars to allow them to continuously have access to cars that allow them to commit entering autos and future auto thefts. So you see the pattern of how a car is stolen. Discussions are talked about where it's kept, where the keys are, who has the keys, but all the parties in the gang have access to that particular car. And in doing so, a benefit to the gang is that you have a car to drive at any time. But also, those cards are hidden from police detection, allowing you constant access to those vehicles to maintain the revenue stream that the gang needs to promote their status or their appearance on Instagram. You saw how important Instagram is to this gang. Which again goes back to that digital footprint. These folks born after 95, that digital footprint is their DNA. You've heard how 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew is made up of members of Sex, Money, Murder, and YSL. How some people vote. Countless pictures posted by multiple individuals in this gang, talking about what they do, how they do it, and how they represent it. Nexus in this case is a consistent pattern of breaking into and stealing cars. The cars will be stashed at different complexes, with access to all the members. Stolen cars they use to commit more crimes. There's a pattern that was established even before this crime, when KC was killed, that these individuals are going to shoot at the people who try to stop them. KC, their gang member that they often give tributes to, was killed in the very same manner in which Lawrence Denny was killed. Except Lawrence Denny's bullets, when he shot back, they did not find the people that were taking his property or holding him. Proceeds. The proceeds used are then used by the gang for a continued revenue source, as well as to commit future crimes. Now, evidence is all over the place in these records of where these things are stashed. You know, you have, where's the Fin Park? Where's the Infinity Park? Response, Hidden Crest Apartments. Again, Hidden Crest, remember, that is 3200 Stone Road. That's where the drive-out tax was stolen. You have requests, let me get the XF, and you get my 2021 truck with the key. I stole this car with the key. Then the response to that from his own fellow gang member is, no, y'all probably made that car hot. I don't want to drive that car because I know you did something stupid and illegal in it, for which the police are already going to be tracking. You got, where are the whips? The XF parked, but I don't know about the other cars. The Challenger's parked in Camelot. Then, same question, October 5th. Where are the whips? Well, Ron got the Nissan, the Mazda's gone, presumably taken by police. The Nissan trucks in Campbellton. So that's another location of cars that are stashed that we hadn't even really discussed. So we see that pattern in how these stolen cars benefit the gang to continue their criminal acts. All right. Status. Status is obviously something that is incredibly important to these particular gang members. There's no formal rank structure, but in order to be a part, you have to participate. And you can see this about the way the proceeds are flaunted, about how the individuals are constantly bragging about the money that they have garnered from their criminal undertakings. And it's clear that their identities, and it's very sad, that the identities of these gang members is tied directly to the possessions that they have stolen from other individuals, whether that be cash, whether that be cars, or whether that be firearms. When we speak of status, it's the status amongst fellow members of the gang, as well as status of the gang amongst the community. You know, in order to be part of the gang, you have to be viewed as putting in work. I think the perfect video that encapsulates this thought process is the video of Antonio Sanders. It was played multiple times. I know it was hard to understand, But he asked everybody, he is essentially being broadcast from custody to all of his gang members on the outside via Instagram Live, stating, I'm in here, but where the hell are all of you guys? He is bragging essentially about the fact that he is in jail because he put in the work to gain the status amongst his fellow gang members. So when you're considering status, that shows you how important it is for the other people that these defendants associate themselves with to know that these crimes are being committed. And if you don't contribute, you cannot continue to be part of this group. So almost every act, every criminal act that is committed, that's a minimum of maintaining your status. But the more you get, the more you can brag about, the more you can elevate your status. You can see this status, how it is so important. There are hundreds, maybe pushing close to 1,000 of Instagram posts that are in these evidence contained within these polls that are all completely similar to this. You know, here we go. We forever thuggin' like KC. Again, a tribute to someone who was killed committing the same acts alleged in this indictment. These individuals knew the consequences and the likely outcomes of their actions. That stealing cars and breaking into cars, they were likely to get interrupted, and they knew that they were going to be armed and shoot back. JC was armed. The person that ultimately killed him was armed as well. Proceedings. I think this is probably the easiest one of the criminal street gang statutes to wrap your head around, that the items that you received were obtained through criminal street gang activities. The 3 or more individuals associated in fact committed a violation. In this case, you have hijacking in the first degree, which the judge will give you an instruction constitutes criminal gang activity. All of the felonies charged in this case, the judge will give you an instruction that they constitute criminal street gang activity. So it will be very easy to figure out that particular element of the gang, of the crime. But all parties involved in taking this are members of Slime Gang Young Crew. And the cars have been recovered at the individuals, or at the Camelot Apartments, which is the home base. All right, murder is to unlawfully, with malice aforethought, either expressed or implied, cause the death of another. Under laws of Georgia, the state does not have to prove premeditation. The state does not have to prove motive either. Here, the motive is greed, a preference of freedom over life, an appearance of being hard amongst the peers. What is malice? Malice afforded by constitute murder. A homicide must have been committed with malice. Legal malice is not necessarily ill will or hatred, but is the unlawful intention to kill without justification, excuse, or mitigation. It is the natural consequences of the act. So if you act in reckless disregard for human life, if you send a bullet down range, malice can be formed of the natural consequences about what might happen from that bullet striking another individual. If a killing, and malice can be formed in an instant. If a killing is done with malice, no matter how short a time or the malicious intent may have existed, such killing constitutes murder. Express malice is the deliberate intent to kill. Okay, that's very easy. Malice is also implied with no considerable provocation appears, and that all of the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant part. An abandoned and malignant part is a reckless disregard for human life and the conduct surrounded by it. In this case, individuals would rather get away would rather get away than get caught, and in doing so, put human life, show a reckless disregard for human life by sending rounds downrange, killing Lawrence Denny. Felony murder. Felony murder does not require any malice whatsoever. Felony murder only requires the intent to commit the underlying felony. So in this case, the underlying felony is going to be hijacking a motor vehicle in the first degree and aggravated assault. If the individual intended to commit an aggravated assault, intended to take a vehicle at gunpoint, and a death occurred during that taking, then that taking, that is felony murder. Same with aggravated assault. So in count 11, the aggravated assault is the felony murder, count 11, is based upon count 13 aggravated assault during the course of this aggravated assault in the death occurred. Count 12 is going to be based on the hijacking in the first degree. Person commits aggravated assault when he attempts to commit a violent injury to another. Assault was made with a deadly weapon. Actual injury need not be shown. And a firearm is a deadly weapon. In this case, the intent to shoot Lawrence Denny was there. Firearm was used. We don't have a firearm, but we know it was used because of the injuries received by Denny, as well as the projectiles that were recovered on scene, all of which being 9mm. Hijacking in the first degree. A person commits hijacking in the first degree with while in possession of a firearm. You take possession of a motor vehicle in either by force or intimidation. That is how the elements broke down. Force, I don't think you can get greater force than murder. And then possession of a firearm during a felony. We know that he was killed with a firearm. The conspiracy still applies to this charge. The hijacking in the first degree was committed with a firearm present because shots were fired, and that the aggravated assault was committed by a firearm because it was alleged that we know the projectiles were recovered. We know the firearm was discharged. I just went over the facts of the law. When I'm going to sit down now, and it's going to be the defense's turn to speak. Those were just the basic elements with some argument as to why these defendants were killed. There is a lot more application of facts to law to come, or law to facts. So thank you for your attention, and I am going to sit down and turn this over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Hiles. Mr. Hoover,
Yes, Your Honor.
when you're ready.
All right, so the last time you're gonna hear from me in this trial, so let me just start off by saying thank you for being here with us. Like the judges, the lawyers, this is what we do for a living. We're always in this building. We're always in these courtrooms, but we understand that this isn't your life. We understand there could have been 100 other things that you probably should have been doing, probably wanted to be doing. There's any clips that you don't even get to see because of us. So just thank you for being here with us. Thank you for taking the time to listen to the evidence, to focus on what's going on. Thank you for taking notes. I mean, some of y'all questions were better than mine, so y'all were paying attention. So just thank you for that, because none of this is possible for Antonio Sanders without all of you. Now, with that said, let's just get right into it. I'm not going to be up here a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said at the very beginning, the majority of this trial is going to be about something that has nothing to do with why all of you are here. The reason all of you are here is because of what happened to Mr. Denny on October 20th of 2020. I also told you that the state is gonna spend the majority of this, this trial, talking about stuff that has nothing that goes to the ultimate issue. Has nothing that gives you the questions and the answers of what actually happened at that time period. Now, if you recall today, we spent the entire beginning of the day talking about gang evidence that has nothing to do with the case, but the really important part, ladies and gentlemen, their witness never said Mr. Denny's name once. The district attorney never said Mr. Denny's name once. And that's because they don't want you to focus on the shooting. They want you to focus on big, scary gang members, and they literally shoved it down your throats. Not only did they not say Mr. Denny's name once, but we literally sat here for like 3 hours, 4 hours, and went over the same stuff we already went over last week. Nothing new came from this witness except gang member, scary, gang member, gun, gang member, scared. That's all they said for the better part of this day. It was the exact same stuff we heard yesterday or last week. It's the exact same messages. It's the exact same videos. It's the exact same pictures. The PowerPoint was basically the exact same from last week, yet they still wanted you to know about it. Now that the trial's over, now that their case is over, ladies and gentlemen, their last witness didn't have to go to whose ballistics caused the death. Their last witness didn't go to whose forensics was on the scene. Their last witness was scary gang members, violence, scary gang members. And then they literally got up there in the first part of their closing, did the exact same thing over again. This case is not about violent, scary gang members. This case is not about the Bloods. The Bloods are not on trial here. I told you at the beginning, do the Bloods exist? Yes, they do. Do the Bloods commit crimes? Yes, they do. Just like thousands of other gang members. It's not the state of Georgia versus the Bloods. It's not the state of Georgia versus gang members. It's the state of Georgia versus Antonio Sanders. Now, the reason the state threw all of that mess at you, all of that nonsense at you, all that figure at you, is because they can't answer that ultimate question. Now, think about all the evidence that the state had and state collected that they didn't follow up leads on. I found it interesting that the DA, during his part of his opening, he said, and I wrote it down to make sure I was right, I wish some officers would have done X, Y, and Z. I would love to be able to fill in the blanks. He literally admitted to you that the officers didn't do their jobs fully, and he literally admitted to you that there are questions that are still out there. Those holes, that's called reasonable doubt. Their job is to fill in the reasonable doubt, not say, hey, it exists. I wish I could have shown you more. I wish I could have done more. Like I told you at the beginning, this indictment is a promise to all of you that everything they're going to present to you proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Antonio Sanders had something to do with the death of Mr. Jimmy. And instead of saying that, they told you, well, yeah, there's holes. I agree. Wish I could have filled them for you. Wish I could have answered those questions. I wish my officers would have done their jobs, but we just didn't do it. So let me talk about scary gang members for the better part of the week. Now, just an example, we know there were 2 vehicles that went to, or that were in the area, 3 ultimately altogether. Now, the problem with that is, ladies and gentlemen, the state wants you to believe that this conspiracy started in Gwinnett. And I'm going to talk about this multiple times, but I have to start here. We know 2 vehicles are there. We know the key is one of them. They never tried to do anything to determine what that said, or what the who was in the second vehicle. They never tried to determine whether or not the person or the people in the second vehicle were also the people that were involved in the Goodwill shooting. Now, this is important because I believe it was the lead officer actually said that, well, he didn't really know about the second vehicle until they got the poll camera. That was a long time later. That's not true. At the very beginning, we know that the 911 caller talked about multiple vehicles, at least 2 that went up there, 3 that left. At the very beginning, we know after he left the scene, he went to Ms. Joyner's apartment. She said there were multiple vehicles as well. And we know from the very beginning that he knew about the Gwinnett case and at least knew that there were 2 vehicles there. And now we have Mr. Denny's vehicle, that's 3. He got on the stand and told you that he didn't know anything about that second vehicle until the poll camera. That was not true. And the state never tried to clear that up, ladies and gentlemen. It's because that's one of the officers that they wish would have done more. That's one of the officers that they wish would have followed some more leads, and they simply did not do it. There are license plate readers to determine where that vehicle came from. More importantly, they could have found more poll cameras and more surveillance to see, can we get a shot inside that vehicle? I'm not saying they 100% would have found it, but if you don't ask the question, if you don't look for the answer, how are you ever going to get it? These are the people that are supposed to give you the answer, so there is no doubt about it. There's no reasonable doubt as to who is involved and why. They're purposely not giving you that information because their officers purposely didn't follow leads. Now, we saw multiple pictures, messages, what was it? I think the state was at 2,000 something page or something. All of those individuals, multiple officers knew about throughout this entire investigation. But not one of them said, yes, we took a photo lineup of these other people we think may be involved, and we took it to Ms. Joyner, who we know Ms. Joyner saw the individuals. Ms. Joyner got the photo lineup for these two. She didn't pick them out. She did everything she possibly could to find the person in those photo lineups. She never said either of these two were there. So now, this is cop 101. I'm not asking for super cop. If you think there are more people, let's start with Keandre Baker. We know Keandre Baker was there because his fingerprint was there. Not a single person in law enforcement took a picture of Keandre Baker, put it in the photo lineup, took it to Ms. Joyner. Why is that? They want you to believe that Keandre Baker wasn't involved in this and the state starts speaking in circles. I'm gonna get into that in a second, but why couldn't they do that? I'm not asking about the other hundreds of people that we saw in those pictures. We know Keandre Baker's involved, but they purposely did not give a picture to see if Ms. Joyner could ID. Also, ladies and gentlemen, which again, I found interesting, the Gwinnett County case, we saw a man walking through the cameras while those vehicles are getting broken into right before the shooting. No officer even tried to see if that, like, who was the guy, number one, and what did you see? Someone got shot at, and they didn't even think that a witness should be found. Like that's again, cop 101. This is, I'm right out of police academy. I see a possible witness. Let me see if they know anything. I believe the officer said, well, because he didn't react, we assume he didn't see the shooting. That's not the point. We know he was there. We know he walked by those two vehicles. We know he walked by everybody that was with them. At the very least, you ask a question. Did you get a good look at any of the people in those cars? At the very least, the state can't tell you that that witness didn't see him because the state doesn't know themselves. At the very least, get a picture from any one of the hundreds of pictures you have. Do a photo lineup. Do you recognize any of these people? Now, they may not get an answer, but we don't know until we ask the question. And again, that's one of those officers that the state wishes did X, Y, and Z, didn't do it. Now, the reason they don't really focus on that, because all they want you to know about is scary games, scary guns, and shootouts. There's more to this, ladies and gentlemen. You're gonna hear while I get into this. We know there were hairs. We know there were fibers. We know there were fingerprints on multiple vehicles for multiple people. None of it came back to Antonio Sanders. Again, test something. They know where all of these individuals live. They know where all these individuals hang out. They're literally putting their lives on social media, like the DA said, but they never go out to test somebody. They never go out to get fingerprints. They don't even question Keandre Baker, and they know he's there. Now, this is the interesting part about the state's argument. It's circular. It's not logic, but it's circular. So what the state says is, this is a conspiracy. It starts in Gwinnett. Actions happen. Comes down to Fulton. Actions happen. They go somewhere else and disregard the cause. So they also put up a picture of Tom Brady, Kobe Bryant, the Patriots and the Lakers. And what the state said was, all the players are involved. So all of them are culpable for it. Then the state says they don't charge Keandre Baker because they don't believe he was at the shooting. Multiple reasons why that's incorrect. Number one, they say they know he's in the Challenger and the Challenger wasn't there. Ladies and gentlemen, the only reason they tied him to that Challenger was from a picture that we heard about. Keandre Baker was standing in front of that Challenger. Do any of you know when that picture was taken? Do any of you know if it was day or night when that picture was taken? Do any of you know who else was around that picture or in that car when the picture was taken? The answer is no. The officer finally admitted he has no idea if Keandre Baker was in the vehicle during the shooting. They tied him to a social media picture, and we have no idea when it was taken or where. Number two, we know Keandre Baker was at the apartment complex to steal the license plate. We know he was there because his print came up. So if it's a conspiracy, and if it's a team, if we know Keandre Baker was in Gwinnett, part of the conspiracy. We know he was in Fulton someplace, part of the conspiracy. We know he's in those pictures that they want to show you scary games. How is he not a team player? How is he not on this team? He did something in Fulton County, and by the state's own logic, he should be involved because he's part of the team. He may not be the quarterback, he's definitely involved. How is he not part of the team now? Because they think he's not there, but they can't tell you exactly where he is. How can Antonio be a football field away during the shooting, but he's part of the team, but Keandre isn't. And we have actual evidence. We have threats from Keandre. It doesn't make sense. It's circular, but if you follow their path, where's the conspiracy? Where's the team? Who's part of the team? State wants to tell you there's a bunch of people they don't know about. They knew at least one other person. They did nothing to follow up on that. Where's Keandre's phone? Where's Keandre's prints? Where's Keandre's DNA? Now, ladies and gentlemen, we know about the roaches that were in one of the vehicles. Somebody put those to their lips and smoked them. They swabbed Antonio. Antonio's DNA didn't show up on that. We know somebody smoked. We know somebody drank out of these bottles because there was DNA on it. Again, what did they do once they found out Antonio's DNA never showed up? Who'd they go after next? Once they found out Antonio's fingerprints weren't there, who'd they go after next? Once they found out Antonio's, the gun he was arrested with wasn't involved in Gwinnett or Mr. Denny's shooting, who'd they go after next? He was a football field away, but I guess he's part of the team. The coach, I obviously don't know, but Keandre Baker isn't, and we can physically tie him to multiple scenes. Now, again, we talked about the ballistics. We don't know which bullet actually shot Mr. Denny, but we did find those 2 casings in that box. Didn't tie to Antonio. Did they test it for anybody else, ladies and gentlemen? I don't remember because no witness ever said that. Even now, they can still do it. Even now, they can go after the forensics. Even now, they can go after the ballistics. All the witnesses said, no, the information is still there. An officer just has to ask. The information is still there. Someone from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office just has to ask. They literally spent more time going through Facebook and Instagram in a murder than they did forensics, than they did biology, than they did fingerprints. They want you to say that, or they want you to believe that these are these experts and their case is so solid and strong because we have these experts and they spent more time on social media than they did anything else. There's a problem with that because their argument is circular. It's not logical at all. It's just circular. And as long as we keep throwing in gang members, scary gang member, shootout, gang member, keep listening to me do this, ladies and gentlemen. Keep listening to me say this, and then we prove our case. But that's not it. Why? Well, first off, who killed Mr. Denny and why? I have to talk about this before I move forward. The red Cadillac. We know for a fact that when it went to the apartment complex for Ms. Joyner, stuff was taken out of the Cadillac, thrown on the ground. Again, they swabbed Antonio. Nothing went to him at all. Now, the state wants you to believe that Antonio was part of stealing the tag as well, because his phone was in the area. But once again, during that time, his phone never detected the Cadillac. He was not physically close enough to the Cadillac for the phone to detect it. So how is he back there putting license plates on it when he's not physically close enough? The state doesn't talk about that because there's a reason. You know who's physically close enough? Keandre Baker, because his print was on the tag. That's what we know that they didn't go after. And they want to tell you about his phone. They want to tell you about safety. They want to tell you about GPS. He wasn't close enough when they took the picture. That's a fact. His phone did not detect it during that time. Now let's go on the messages afterwards. Antonio wasn't talking about a car getting blitzed right afterwards. That was Keandre Baker and someone else. Antonio wasn't talking about moving cars or what type of cars. That was Keandre Baker and someone else. Antonio wasn't encouraging anyone through these messages. Antonio didn't do a screenshot of the crime scene and talk about the old man getting killed. That was Keandre Baker and other people. They don't have all of Antonio's social media. We saw some of it, but not all of it. But ladies and gentlemen, in those feeds, they would have found, if they knew Antonio was involved in any of those feeds, any of those threads that their expert called or talked about, I guarantee you would have seen it. I guarantee you would have heard about it. I guarantee they would have told you, all right, now we're looking at this day. Go ahead and circle that for me. What does that mean? Who does this number go to? I guarantee they would have done it because they literally spent a full week doing it for other people. They didn't do it for Antonio because he wasn't involved in all of those communications, all of those conversations. Mr. Baker was there. Now the phone. Shooting happened between 3:30 and 3:36. I'm not gonna harp on the Cadillac too long, but just remember, first detected the Cadillac at 6:21 a.m., well after the shooting, and then synced with it 9:24 a.m., 6 hours after the shooting. What that means is he wasn't in the parking lot close enough to get to it during the shooting, and he wasn't actually the one that jumped in the car and drove off. Wasn't him. He was a football field away. Now, this is the part that has me a little confused. At the beginning, the state told you that Antonio's GPS was gonna put him on the scene. Now, what we saw was at 3:30, he was in an apartment complex doing whatever, planning to break into cars. 3:33, he was in another apartment complex breaking into cars. 3:36, he's leaving the area. It never put him on the scene. It put him at the minimum, a football field away. Now, I believe the state's gonna get up there and say, well, that doesn't mean he wasn't there. It doesn't disprove he wasn't there. Ladies and gentlemen, the state can't say, well, what about this? Or what about that? The state can't say, well, I wish we had this moment, but it just didn't show. That's not how this works. This is their evidence. This is what they have to prove to you that what they're saying is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And their evidence doesn't place his ballistics there, doesn't place his DNA there, doesn't place his phone there. It puts him a football field away at a minimum. And the state says that means he's part of the scene. It doesn't make sense, but they're not giving you the full story for a reason. After they did that, you know what they said? Well, you know, when gang members come around, the gang member stuff came back up. They flee, they're used as lookouts. They hold stuff, they stay in cars. No evidence of that whatsoever. And ladies and gentlemen, don't let the state get up here now and say, well, even if he was a football field away, which we know, but he could have been one of those lookouts we were talking about. You can't be a lookout when shooting a football field away when you're in an apartment complex, allegedly breaking into cars. There was no evidence of a lookout at all. Don't let them try to get up here and say that now. And again, the state's gonna say it multiple times. He's not being charged with conspiracy, so you're not gonna see that in the indictment. The state wants to tell you that the conspiracy holds everyone accountable, but it doesn't. This case holds everyone accountable that's involved in it, but the state doesn't do that. Instead of saying my officers messed up, they said, I wish they would have done better. Or I wish I could have answered those questions. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not the Bloods that are on trial here. It's the state of Georgia versus Antonio Sanders. And the main argument that the state has failed to make, the main answer the state has failed to give you is they've never shown you anything to show Antonio Sanders' direct or indirect action and his requisite intent to cause the actual outcome that occurred. Now, even if you believe that there is a conspiracy or a plan to go break into cars, he's not charged with any of that. We can argue that another day if they ever indict him and we have to fight that. The point is, he is charged with the murder of Mr. Denny, and there is no conspiracy for that. At the very least, if you believe there was a plan for him to break into cars, he was a football field away, he had no idea what was going on over there, and he didn't have the requisite intent for that to happen. He never fired a weapon, he wasn't involved in that case. Now, if we're talking about Gwinnett, that's different because a bunch of people were there. Was Antonio Sanders there? We can have that argument. But what we're focusing on is not scary gang members. It's how did Mr. Denny die, who did it, and why are we here today? Now, like I told you, let's base it strictly off of this indictment, strictly off the promise the state gave to you. Basically, count 10, which is the murder, count 11, which is felony murder, 12, which is felony murder, 13, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. All of them are by shooting him with a firearm. I tell you, they have not given you evidence whatsoever that Antonio pulled the trigger. They've not given you evidence whatsoever that he planned to steal that car. They've not given you evidence whatsoever that he provided the gun. He took the gun and got rid of it later. They've not given you evidence at all that he knew the shooting was going to happen or that he actually played a role in it after. So for those reasons, ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking that you find him not guilty on counts 10, 11, 12, and 13. In regards to count 14, possession of firearm, or I'm sorry, hijacking a motor vehicle. Again, he wasn't there. He was a football field away. I'm kind of repeating myself, but just this is a specific count. I want you to look at the specific evidence. He was not there when this happened. I'm asking you to find him not guilty on count 14. Count 15 is possession of firearm or commission of a felony. Again, they didn't show evidence that he had anything to do with the shooting or the weapon before or afterwards. I'm asking that you find him not guilty on count 15 as well. Now, in regards to count 1 through 8, those are the counts that deal with the Georgia Street Gang Terrorism Act. So counts 1 through 6 deal with A, which is participate in criminal gang activity. At the point where yes, a gang exists, yes, gangs do this in the past, they haven't shown the actual elements that what was happening here was gang activity. I asked specific witnesses, can you tell me What was the status before or after? Well, we don't really know that, but in general, when Bloods do this, this is what happened to Bloods. Fine, the Bloods aren't on trial here. What was Antonio's status, right? Show me the proceeds. What did he get afterwards? What did he have that he can walk away with afterwards? And again, well, I can't show you exactly what, but you know, that's the history of the culture of Bloods. That's what happens. Ladies and gentlemen, they have to do more than just say, well, this is what Bloods have done in the past, or this is what Bloods do. They have to say what they've done in the past, this is what they do, it exists, and this is how we can show you that Antonio benefited from this. This is how we can show you that he maintained or increased his status. They don't. He encouraged other people, or I guess brought other people into their employ. They don't. All they say every time I ask them, well, what can you show the jury based off of your investigation that proves this about Antonio and not the Bloods in general? They had nothing. They went back to this is the culture of the Bloods, and that's a huge problem, ladies and gentlemen. Count 7 is maintain or increased status. That's a specific count from the rest of them. They have not shown that he's maintained or increased in status. Count 8, again, as we talked about the obtained property, they have not shown proceed. He didn't benefit from this in any way. Count 19, which was he incurred, oh, I'm sorry, you don't have to worry about count 9. This is where I'm going down to. I told you at the beginning that they were trying to turn this murder trial into a gang trial, and that's exactly what they did. At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself when you get in there, did they prove you beyond a reasonable doubt that Antonio Sanders did anything, took any type of actions with the specific intent for Mr. Denny to be shot and killed? Not the Bloods in general, not people that they claim that they don't know. Antonio Sanders, he is the one we're focusing on here. It's not about scary gang, it's about this young man. If you do that, I am confident that you will find him not guilty on the remaining charges. Thank you. I want this. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover. Everyone good for one more closing? Let's do it. Mr. Brown, please.
Good afternoon. And I thank all of you for your patience, your sacrifice. It's any place is better than being here for more than a week. When I first spoke to you last week, Tuesday, I said that I made a number of statements. I said that the state did not have any witness who said my client, Mr. Pittman, shot Mr. Daniel. Now you know that's true. No eyewitness. I told you that the state would not have any video capturing my client, Mr. Pittman, shooting and killing Mr. Daniel. Now you know that that's true. I told you that the state would not have any DNA evidence that would tend to prove that my client killed Mr. Daniel. You know that's true. I told you that the state would not have any fingerprint evidence that would tend to prove that Mr. Pittman shot and killed Mr. Daniel. You know that that's true. You heard Detective Sajak. He testified that the state has no evidence placing Mr. Pittman inside of the Challenger, or inside of the Cadillac, or inside of the Kia. So what is the state's evidence that they have against Mr. Pittman? An Instagram account and some cell phone pings. So let's talk about the cell phone pings first. We heard FBI Special Agent Richard Bilson testified last week. He gave a very, very elaborate slideshow presentation, PowerPoint presentation, sorry. But after that elaborate presentation, I asked him 2 questions. I asked him how far was my client's cell phone away from the cell tower. He said he didn't know, which struck me strange because it sounded like he could place my client exactly at a certain location after that presentation. So then I asked him, can you place Mr. Pittman at 1180 street address? Young lady, that's street address. What's it? Collier, thank you. 1180 Collier Road, Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia. He said no. So the state can't even place Mr. Pittman at the scene of the murder. You're going to, this case, there's two types of evidence. There's direct evidence and there's circumstantial evidence. You know, direct evidence is evidence that if you believe it, it resolves the issue. If a witness said, I saw Mr. Pittman shoot Mr. Danny, and you believe it, that resolves that issue. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that doesn't directly resolve the issue, but it tend to resolve the issue. If a witness heard a gunshot, saw Mr. Pittman run into a car, and then take off, then later saw Mr. Danny lying dead, then that is circumstantial evidence that Mr. Pittman may be involved with Mr. Danny's murder. Circumstantial evidence that the state has in this case is that this cell phone ping occurred somewhere, some undetermined distance away from the scene of the murder, and that you should find him guilty because of that. That's not enough. The state's burden is beyond a reasonable doubt. That's a very, very high burden because the stakes are really, really high right now for Mr. Pittman, as well as for Mr. Sanders. Instagram account. I can't say better than how Mr. Hooper said it. Scary, scary gang members. Scary, scary gang members. That's what they want to, as Mr. Hooper stated, jam down your throats. Is Mr. Pittman in the gang? I don't know. From looking at that Instagram account, I think the person can come to a conclusion that he may be in the gang. But you heard a witness this morning, Mr. Investigator James P. Miller. And this is what he said, quote, "It is not illegal to be in a gang." You remember that triangle that you saw this morning? It had gang on top, it had crime, and it had a person. If all you have is gang and person, that's not a crime. That person who's in the gang has to be committing criminal activity in order for him to be charged, arrested and charged, prosecuted. The state hasn't proven that. The state hasn't proven that. I think you're also going to be told about circumstantial evidence. You're going to be given some instruction regarding circumstantial evidence. I believe that when Judge McBurney gives you the law, he's going to tell you that you may convict only if evidence, whether direct, circumstantial, or both, excludes all reasonable theories of innocence and proves the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Well, how about this for a reasonable theory? Keandre Baker shot and killed Mr. Danny. Why would I come to that conclusion? Well, the state's 25th witness, Raymond Lauzon, Lauzon, Atlanta Police Department latent print examiner. That witness testified that there were 11 latent prints suitable for identification. Out of those 11 prints, 9 of them matched Keandre Baker. What in the world would his prints be on the dead man's Cadillac? The state told you about an hour ago that they didn't have strong evidence to bring a case against Keandre Baker. That is the strongest evidence in the state's case. 9 of his prints on the red Cadillac. 3 latent prints match Keandre Baker on the Challenger. So how about this? Keandre Baker and another person arrived at Mr. Denny's location in the Challenger. Challenger kills Mr. Denny, drives off in the Cadillac. That's reasonable, isn't it? That could have happened. The state can't exclude it. That's reasonable doubt. That's who should have been prosecuted. I want to talk about each charge in this indictment. And I think I could do it in 10 minutes. Murder, in a nutshell, intentionally causing the death of another person without justification. That's murder in a nutshell. In this case, the murder would have been intentionally caused by a firearm. Not one person put a firearm in that man's hand. Not one person. And if he can't be found guilty, if he can't be found guilty of murder, he can't be found guilty of felony murder. The state says felony murder is committed two ways: by an aggravated assault and by hijacking. Both of those charges involved a firearm. No firearm. No evidence of a firearm from Mr. Pittman. So let's talk about dispossession. Well, possession of a firearm and commission of a felony. No evidence of a firearm. Now, all of these gang charges rely on the state being able to prove the murder, felony murder, the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, the hijacking, the possession of a firearm. None of them can be supported because the state can't prove that my client shot anybody. The state can't prove that my client helped or encouraged someone else to shoot anybody. Those facts are just not there. Beyond a reasonable doubt, that's a really high standard. I ask that you find him not guilty of one of these counts. Send a message to the state, go after the right person. Thank you.
Mr. Hiles, you've got another segment to go. My sense is that won't finish.
No, I'm gonna use every bit of time.
We'll talk about how much time that is. Ladies and gentlemen, here's what's going to happen now. In a moment, you're going to go for the day. I need to still have with the lawyers what we call a charge conference. We had a little bit of it during your break after the state rested, but that's when I go over with them the law I'm going to give you. They have a chance to have input on that, make sure they agree or at least register on the record their disagreement with what I've selected from the universe of criminal law to share with you all. And we've been looking for the right time to do it, and I just found that time. We can do it now. When we reconvene tomorrow, we will have part 2 of the state's closing. Then I'll charge you, and then you'll begin your deliberations. Even though you have all the evidence now, it wouldn't be appropriate for you in a large group or small groups to start to say, hey, what do you think about this? This count looks so good. This count doesn't look so good. Because I haven't given you the law. You also haven't heard the state's final word, but I haven't given you the law that will have the elements of the crime. So it's kind of hard to know if the state has met its burden if you don't have all those pieces. You've seen some of it on the screen in passing from the lawyers, but the actual law, it will sound similar, will come from what I actually speak to you, and you'll get a copy of it as well. And that'll be your legal script that you can use as you're trying to line up the facts to say, did the state prove this element beyond a reasonable doubt and that element beyond a reasonable doubt? We need to start a little bit later tomorrow morning so you can sleep in or do whatever you want, but I need you all to be here at 10:30 tomorrow morning. So you're welcome to come. One of you gets here super early, whenever you want to get here, and someone will let you in, but we won't be ready to take up the final part of the state's closing until 10:30. We'll have Mr. Hiles use the time that remains for him, and then I'll charge you and you'll begin your deliberations. Any logistical questions? No? Please leave your notepads in there. We'll see you tomorrow at 10:30. Thank you. Let me ask this, do you all need the charge conference taken down? We can certainly do that, but I need to, either way, I need to give Ms. Rivers a break. She just took down 3 closings, but if you don't need it taken down, we can go off the record. I'll get on the record if there are big disputes when we reconvene. You all right with that, Mr. Brown?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hoover?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hiles?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Just if we do have a dispute, we'll put it on the.
We will.
Okay. All
Yep.
right. Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rivers. You're welcome.
Can we go to the bathroom first?
Yes, Take a quick break, and you can decide, Mr. Pittman and Mr. Sanders have an absolute right to be here. You may want to tell them what this is all about. They may not want to be in here for the charge conference. So talk to them, take your break, and I'll be back in a second.
No, so you wanna stay or no? You wanna stay or no?
Is that staying or
Is
they staying or they going back?
What about where? No, they're coming back out. Oh, you wanna come back up?
How long is it live it out? Going how long when we come back, when they come back?
This ain't no, this, what they doing, they just going over it, we're gonna do it again tomorrow.
Oh, well, we going over today and then going over tomorrow. So we just come back tomorrow. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, lady. And what I was, is the lawyer let us know. They were like the one. How long is the break?
You say tell them, you know, that's the reason.
Yeah.
Mr. Brown.
Are they going back down?
He coming out?
Or they standing up top?
Where's everybody? We're supposed to do the charge conference,
We're
right?
gonna do the trial conference. I said, they want to stay for that, or they want to go back?
Oh, do I want to? I don't know. Is it up to us?
The judge actually, y'all play.
We'll do it again tomorrow.
If they want to stay or they want to go out.
They want me to ask the client or ask?
Yeah, I wanted you to ask him if he wanted to stay or not.
Okay. I think he said he wanted to stay, but I'll ask.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
You gotta catch it. You gotta catch it. She can get anyway. So that's.
They gave me, I don't know.
So happy about that. Really? Look at it, it's the one camera,
No, it's that camera.
but it's not picking up.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it was because he toggles it. And so when we stand up there, he can make it.
He didn't.
Huh?
He didn't change it.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Good.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, y'all don't have to say this. Well, no, Mark, you do, I'll let you see it, but Doug, you do not have to say for this.
Okay.
Is your client to be present for the charge conference? Okay. All right, great.
I mean, that's me. That's me.
You want to keep your discovery?
You know that.
I know I'm bad, this is it for us, isn't it? You and I.
What happened?
Well, I'm still gonna be working on Elon Weems, but I just won't be primary. No, I'm telling you, I mean.
What do you want to keep?
That's all I.